All right, if you could all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. If you can remain standing. Jack Abilene, our police chaplain, is going to give us our invocation this evening.
Join me in prayer, please. Father, we thank you this evening that we have a government that is by and for the people, and that you are faithful, Lord, to give us good leadership and oversight. And we pray for them tonight, that you would continue to direct their paths as they watch over our needs and our concerns, and that you would watch over the city and bless as we meet together to seek the best that you have for them. In your name we pray, amen.
Thank you. You may be seated. We are going to begin this evening by a special presentation by volunteer advocate John Rodriguez. It's about Mothers Against Drunk Driving, MAD, recognizing Santa police officers for their efforts in deterring drunk driving. So at this point, should I turn over to you, Mr. Rodriguez? Please go ahead, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the City Council, Honorable Mayor, thank you for having us here today. My name is John Rodriguez, and I represent MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving. What we do is we give out plaques to police officers that take off, arrest over 25 DUI arrests per year. And the City of Santa Ana has been very vigilant in taking these people off the road to keep the rest of us safe. The reason that I'm here, the reason that I'm a volunteer is because my nephew, Ruben Chunky Quiroga, was killed on April 6th of 1996 here in the city of Santa Ana. So yesterday was the anniversary. He was killed by a 3-time drunk driver, and that's why I do this. Me and my sister are involved in the witness impact panels. We do them in Spanish. We're the only 2 people that presently do them in Spanish. So on behalf of MAD and on behalf of all the victims and survivors of crashes of drunk driving, I'd like to present these following awards to our Chief Rojas, who is here today, and I will start now. So on behalf of MAD, I would like to present a DUI Deuce Award for Lori Bao. She made 25 arrests this year. If we could have an applause for her, please. Also, I would like to congratulate Kim Camillo for making 26 arrests this year. We would also like to celebrate Officer David Tai for making 26 arrests this last year. The next officer I would like to congratulate is Officer David Serna. He had 29 DUI arrests last year. The next officer is Corporal Eric Rivas. He had 32 DUI arrests last year. The next officer is John Karkinski. He made 34 DUI arrests last year. I would also like to congratulate Officer Robert Rubalcaba. He had 37 DUI arrests last year. The next officer is a very good friend of mine, Corporal Mark Bell. He's been arresting DUI people for a long time now, and he's a good friend of mine, and I'd like to commend him on making 41 DUI arrests last year. Mark Bell. Also, I'd like to congratulate Investigator Weston Hadley for making 57 DUI arrests last year. 57. The next person I would like to congratulate is Officer Gary Rodarte. He had 59 DUI arrests last year. We also had one other officer that had the DUI century mark. That is more than 100 officers. What was that officer's name?
Daniel. I can't remember his last
Okay.
name.
Another officer. So the city of Santa Ana is doing a great job in keeping you and myself safe from DUI drunk driving. It's something that is so terrible. It's one of the worst crimes that people can commit. So if any of you would like to volunteer in Mothers Against Drunk Driving, please contact me, and I'd like to congratulate our chief, Rojas, for such a great staff that he has.
And just briefly, John, I want to thank you for all your volunteerism in battling drunk drivers, and I know the city appreciates that, and the police department surely appreciates our partnership with MAD. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have the Hijos Altamente Capaces group? Are you present? Why don't you come on up? Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento is about to make a presentation to you.
Good evening. Yeah, if I could have the group 40 Elementos Hijos Altamente Capaces, go ahead and join me up here on the dais. That way everybody can see you and everybody can take a look at all your good-looking faces up here. And thank you all for coming. So I want to introduce this group of very highly committed parents. And they represent a much larger group, but I was invited to come speak to their group recently, and it was so inspiring to me to hear their stories and to listen to what they had to say and what they do for so many of our students in the district. And I was again so inspired and moved by them that I wanted to invite them here and have the privilege of introducing them to you, because they do a lot for many kids within the district. So I know that it's very important, because even though it's not within our jurisdiction to address the needs of many of the students, but we represent them nonetheless, and we represent their parents. And the school district handles the curriculum and handles the teaching and then matriculation of the students. But we all are a big family in the city, and we like to celebrate a lot of the accomplishments that the students do, because we have many of the teams come and visit us when they win championships, when they excel. But I thought one of the things that was missing is that we don't introduce as many parents. And we don't bring as many of the parents here to the City Council to celebrate all their work and all their accomplishment, because they're really the unsung heroes, whether it's athletics, whether it's academics, whether it's just good citizenship. I think all that teaching, even though we have instructors that do a great job, and we have the president of our Santa Ana Unified School District here, John Palacio, taking a picture. We have school teachers on the dais, which are my colleagues, and we have a couple of them, and Councilwoman Amezcua and Councilman Tinajero and Councilman Reyna, who's a former Santa Ana Unified School District. So I think all of us have a very strong connection to education. We have a strong connection to helping our youth, and a strong connection to helping good parenting. And I think this is a great example of what good parents do in our city. And I want us all to join and listen to their story just for a second. So if you'll indulge me, this is the first pair of glasses I've had in a long time, so I'll be breaking them in with you tonight. 40 Elementos Hijos de Altamente Capaces is a parent-led training program for Santa Ana Unified School District parents. The curriculum is based upon the 40 developmental assets provided by the Search Institute to help young children grow up into healthy, caring, and responsible adults. The program identifies a set of skills, experiences, relationships, and behaviors, and teaches parents to develop these traits in their children. 40 Elementos began in the spring of 2010 in 6 elementary schools. The program now is currently held in 23 schools. Roughly 1,000 families benefit from this program each year, and the program has become a model program for cities throughout the United States. So when I went and addressed the group, I thought it was just your typical, PTA group and, their parents that gather. They went beyond just the normal interaction when they introduced people to come address them, and they started speaking to me about mentoring. And that's a real important component because what I found out, and in my professional career, I've mentored a few students, and there really is a special connection, and that's what these parents have done with their children, which is to introduce them to mentors, people in professional lives and in careers that will inspire these kids to dream big and to want to do great things in their lives and not be limited by anything. So one of the parents here, Mrs. Salazar, ahí está. Mrs. Salazar, his daughter was my paralegal, and so I met her at a function that was put on by a leadership council for kids. And she had just graduated from middle school, which is, or middle college. It's a unique high school that's on the campus of Santa Ana College, and it brings in high school students and it teaches them there in the environment with college students. But, I went on to mentor Karia, who is now working for a law firm, graduated from Cal State Fullerton, is just an excellent student. And, some of my other students have gone on to graduate from law school. One of them went on to Bolt Law School up at Berkeley. Another student that is a former student of Councilman Tinajero's just finished his PhD doctoral program at Columbia University in New York. So these are products of Santa Ana. These are students that grew up in our neighborhoods, went through our district, and it's because of parents like these that they do well. Because we know as students that go on to excel, they don't do it alone. They can't do it without the support of their counselors, their teachers, but most importantly, the mentoring always begins at home, and it always begins with the parent, with the mother, with the father who sits down with that child and teaches them, let's read together, let's do homework together, let's commit ourselves to this important journey. So if you'll indulge me, I just want to say in a very brief way what I just said in Spanish, because many of these parents are monolingual Spanish speakers, which makes it even more difficult and even more excellent what they do, because they do it in an environment where they may not have access to the English language as easily as we can and don't understand it as well, but they do everything in their power to try to understand the challenges that their children may have. Entonces, les quería agradecer, darles la bienvenida aquí a la casa de ustedes y darles las gracias por todo lo que hacen. Creo que nos juntamos hace un mes, ¿o no? Que fuimos a platicar en Jackson, y les quería presentar a toda la audiencia aquí que está y a todo el público y al público que está mirando en la televisión para decirles un poco de lo que ustedes hacen en ayudar a sus niños. Y lo que les estaba diciendo es de que todo lo bueno que ustedes hacen y todo lo que ustedes tratan de ayudar en sus niños empieza en el hogar, empieza en la casa. Y para nosotros es un orgullo tenerlos aquí. Es realmente algo que me inspiró a mí, de lo que hacen, y les agradezco de parte de todos los residentes, de parte de toda la juventud en la ciudad, para que sigan haciendo lo que hacen, porque es un gran beneficio a todos nosotros, y les agradezco profundamente de parte de todos sus hijos de ustedes lo que hagan. Y yo sé que esto les voy a dar un reconocimiento, creo que, no sé, aquí está, es algo pequeño, es algo sincero, pero es de corazón de todos nosotros. Yo sé que mis colegas me acompañan en felicitarlos a ustedes. Entonces, no sé si alguien me quiere acompañar aquí a dar unas palabras. So I'm going to invite somebody to come and say a few words. I know Okay, we found somebody. There's a volunteer. Usually I have to pull somebody from the crowd when there's that many. But please join me in giving them a big round of applause for all the great work that they do. Let me introduce Ana Mena to you. Ana, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Anna, and I'm part of this wonderful team of mothers and parents too. And I'm really happy to be part of it, not just because my kids, but for all the kids of Santa Ana, because it's our major priority to see them happy. We want the Santa Ana families healthy. We believe if we have healthy families, we're going to have healthy kids. And our kids are going to be happy. Having a happy family, they're going to be living happy, they're going to be happy in school, they're going to be success, they're going to be professionals. It's our dream. And we start not teaching the parents, but helping them to understand that having a happy family is the best way to be happy. And we are so happy. We are so, I'm so excited right here talking to you guys. And it's really amazing, you know, this recognition. Thank you very much. It's something that we didn't realize. We didn't expect it, you're right. We didn't expect it about it, but it's a pleasure for us, not just for me. We make this with all our heart, with all our love, because we want these kids to be happy. Right now, we believe that 55,000 kids in Santa Ana are our kids. It's not just my kids, it's your kids. Your kids are our sons and daughters too. So we believe in that, and we want them all to live happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ana, and Mrs. Salazar, come and join us up here, because if it weren't for her, we would have never made the connection. So thank you for also lending me your daughter to be my paralegal. So, you know, she helped me out. She's on her path to being an attorney as well. She's working for a big law firm that does immigration law, and just a very, very bright person. So I'm thrilled, honored that you're all here, and let me just present this to both of you on behalf of everybody here and on behalf of all the parents that couldn't make it here tonight. This is a certificate of recognition awarded to 40 elementos, hijos altamente capaces. Thank you for your commitment and dedication to teaching the parents of our community. Congratulations. Continue the good work. Gracias. Felicidades. And one last time, a round of applause for everybody here.
If I can have Carlos Landeros please join me up here at this time. Standing to my right is just an outstanding person, and let me tell you a little bit about Carlos, and then I want him to tell you a story. And the story I want him to tell is about how he started with his barber shop, because it's quite extraordinary how hard he worked, how he had a job and would take the train down from San Diego to come here to Santa Ana every day to work all night fixing up the building, getting back on a train, going back, holding a daytime job, then coming back here and doing the same thing, doing it for about 2 years and then some. And in my eyes, Carlos represents the spirit of many, many entrepreneurs and many, many business people in the city, you know, people that are working hard to make a better tomorrow and that are redefining, you know, putting your shoulder into it, or elbow grease, or in Spanish we say ganas. You know, if you have a real strong desire to do something, you can really push the envelope. And I want to give Carlos the Outstanding Citizen Award because in my eyes, he has redefined the envelope. He's gone beyond it, and now he has a great business here in the city. Let me first just tell you a little bit about Carlos's background. He was born March 1st, 1977 in San Diego. He grew up in San Marcos. He graduated actually from San Marcos High School in 1995. Then he went into the service. He went into the U.S. Navy. He served from 1995 to 1998. Then in 2007, he made a change in his life, and he decided he was going to become a barber. And he began attending California Barber and Beauty School. After attaining a barber's license, he became an instructor at the school, and later offered a job at a new barber shop in San Diego. But that's about the time when he ran into some folks here in Santa Ana. He kind of checked out what was going on in the city. Jay Meehan in particular, I believe, was his first landlord, and he kind of said, Carlos, you see the vision, you see the future. And I remember touring that barber shop when there was nothing there. Literally, he was redoing the walls, redoing the decorations, the stairs, the upstairs, the whole 9 yards. And then he opened his barber shop, Barberia El Catrin, in downtown Santa Ana, December 4th, 2010. And let me tell you, El Catrin, I believe, is a very well-selected name for Carlos's barbershop because he loves the past. He loves the future as well, but he's a very meticulous guy, and when you go to his barbershop, it's like you're in a time machine of sorts. He always has movies going. It can be Cantinflas, or it can be, Nacho Libre, or whatever. It's a place to hang out. It's a real happening. It's not a barbershop. It's a part of the community, and that's what Carlos is all about. His motto is neighborhood, not Hollywood. And by that means, whether it's a lawyer, a construction worker, a police officer, a student, anybody wanting to get their life on track, they're all treated with equal respect. And I would add politicians as well are treated with respect there at the barber shop. But before I present Carlos his Outstanding Citizen Award, Carlos, just relive for a moment, what was a typical day like for you when you were in San Diego, getting up in the morning, taking the train, working all day, taking the train, just run through that scenario, and then anything else you want to say, please, Carlos.
Hello, everybody. Like the mayor said, when I started barbering, I was living in Tijuana, Baja California, and I would cross the border and take the trolley, go to work, and through mutual friends, I was kind of talked to come up into Santa Ana, and I took a few train rides. Finally getting up here, I saw the potential that it had, and getting that push and shove to finally try to move up here. I would trade haircuts for rides. My last appointment to the train station from downtown San Diego, take the train all the way to Santa Ana, get here 9, 10, 11 o'clock, and with a lot of friends, just deconstruct the barbershop, construct the barbershop, cut hair, head back home, 6 in the morning, back to San Diego to redo the whole thing over and over again. My weekends I'd spend up here, and just from nothing to something, it all kind of became a possibility, and it just, I've always said that Barbería El Catrín isn't mine, it's everybody's. I've been fortunate that everyone's either helped bring sodas to the shop, or help paint the shop, or help with a plumbing project. I've had a lot of friends that come in and actually dedicate time, which means a lot to me, because, I've always said, without the city of Santa Ana, there is no Barbería El Catrín, there is no me. So I definitely appreciate, everybody that's here or that want to be here, and yeah, it's pretty much it. So yeah, thank you, Santa Ana. It's been amazing. So.
And Carlos, today, I believe you have 8 licensed barbers working in your shop. And I'll tell you, whenever anybody goes in there, and you ought to go in there and give this a try. He actually comes up, shakes your hand, looks you in the eye. When you sit down after he's done the hair, he always does a little shaving, and even has a massage. And you might say, well, what's massage got to do with haircuts? Well, he's got this little machine, and he kind of massages folks, and then he brings out warm towels. It's kind of like a time machine, and he goes back into the past, and the service is excellent. And look, I believe Carlos represents a spirit that's always been alive here and well in Santa Ana. From the Ross family, when they began to first open up their first businesses here, to all the different businesses like Mesa Furniture and Raul Llanes and just so many different companies that are here in the city now. Rags and the magazine stand on Broadway. They're all people that are working hard, believing in themselves, believing in the city. And that's why we have 28,000 business licenses in the city today, because there's people like Carlos making dreams come true. And to commemorate, to celebrate that dream, Carlos, I want to present on behalf of the city this proclamation recognizing you for all your accomplishments, for the longtime service to the community, and for the commitment to the city of Santa Ana. Thank you very much, and God bless you, Carlos. All right, Mr. City Attorney, do we have anything to report out of closed session?
Yes, Mayor, City Council. I have one matter to report. That's a workers'
Why don't you speak up a little bit?
I have one matter to report today. It's a workers' compensation matter by a vote of 4-0. With council members Sarmiento, Benavides, and Tinajero absent, in the matter of Daniel Mesa versus City of Santa Ana, a settlement in the amount of $79,908.99 was approved. That's it, Your Honor.
Thank you. And with that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take about 10 speakers right now for public comment. Then we're going to go into our consent calendar, and then we'll take more speakers towards the end of the meeting. So, Madam Clerk, do you have 10 speakers? And these are 2-minute public comment sections, so let's keep it short, please. Let's go ahead and start with Michael Kubikian, followed by Tim Houchin. And Michael, why don't you put the other one down? The one on our side? Yeah, put that one up.
This one up?
And this one down.
Oh, this one.
There you go. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, Honorable Council, Michael Klubnikin. At the risk of sounding like Eddie Haskell, I got to commend your respect to the public comment. So that's a lovely house coat you're wearing also. But I'm here on a pretty serious note as a public service that if the county gets cold, the city's going to get the flu. They got $5.4 billion to play around with and reallocate. You guys got a lot less, and you got a lot less moving parts. So I'm here to tell you, I'd ask that this be filed and received again, because I want to give a heads up that if they're doing some shenanigans over across the pond, you guys are going to suffer the consequences. And today is like the anniversary, 61 years ago, of the domino theory. That was President Dwight D. Eisenhower said, if we don't buttress the support for Vietnam, it's going to spread to Laos and Cambodia, and you know how the outcome came. 21 years later, communists took over. So I'm here to tell you, we're on the 21-year cycle from the bankruptcy of 1994 to now, it's 2015. If they're doing an illegal business, the Board of Supervisors, meaning their lead county council, is taking over seniors' estates and then selling them like a drunken sailor, there's going to be consequences. That's called limited unfunded liability. So I'm asking that you receive and file a brief report showing that if I gave a report to you guys, you'd receive and file. If I give a report and expose an illegal business, put it on public record in my agenda item, give it to the clerk, they secrete it from the record. And they've secreted, I've given 89 complaints, you could only view 24 of the 89. So I'm telling you, they've got an illegal business. It needs to be put to
Tim, please
bed.
conclude. Thank you.
I give this to you.
Thank you, Tim. Followed by Jose Hernandez, followed by Iya Teslin.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. For the record, I'm Tim Houchin from the Civic Center Roundtable. And for those in the audience that don't know who we are, we're the group that meets every Friday at 3 p.m. right here in the shade of City Hall. And we discuss the needs, concerns, and welfare of the homeless community here at Civic Center. You see us from your office windows by day, and we sleep outside these chamber walls by night. Now, it's been 1 year this week since I first spoke before this council. So it's kind of an anniversary, and I have some good things that I'd like to mention about what's happened in this past year, mostly recently. On the past year, Roundtable has forged partnerships with community groups, nonprofits, faith-based groups, and more recently with County Healthcare Agency and social services to bring a level of resources that's never been available to homeless people here at Civic Center before. Okay. Now, I'm proud to announce that over the past few weeks, we counted 22 of the most at-risk individuals in the homeless community here at Civic Center, the elderly and the physically infirm, have been placed into permanent housing. That's approximately 6% of the estimated total population of the Civic Center homeless, and that's just in a few weeks' time. So things are starting to move forward here for us. What the Roundtable and its partners have been doing is beginning to work, and we would like to see in the next year, we would like to see a partnership more involving the city. Okay, and I think recently, or it was last year actually, when Councilman Benavides mentioned when he was talking about the homeless issues, he said that true leadership is doing the right thing.
Michael,
on
you
tough
please
issues.
wrap up.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jose Hernandez, Jose, followed by Iya. Iya, after Jose, please. Just stay in that first row. There you go, sir.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. I want to go ahead and just first of all say that I'm in solidarity with the Wellness District resolution that a lot of folks here have come out in support of, and you'll see them later on, and they'll be speaking more at great length about individually what it is, and I'm sure all of you are very familiar with this topic. But I want to specifically raise an issue, and one of those is this issue that I had with the last city council, where this resolution was called, I quote, racist and possibly un-American. You know, that's just really a low blow, and you know, it really just shows that kind of tactics, the smear campaign that folks that are against this, you know, will go towards in order to discredit this coalition, broad-based, with all folks in the community participating. You know, by saying that we want a Latino, you know, that we want Calle Cuatro, you know, that we want to promote the Latino culture, that's not a bad thing. That is not a bad thing, and we should not ever say and teach our children that it's something racist and un-American. That's just not the kind of country I want to live in. Is little Armenia racist and un-American? Is little Tokyo racist and un-American? Is Martin Luther King Boulevard and Cesar Chavez, like, are those kind of things un-American? I don't think so. So we're just talking about one street within a larger picture about wellness and about bringing a better economy and promoting local businesses and local jobs. So I just want to be real clear that we're not talking about renaming the whole city like Mexico City or Aztlán Central. Like, we're talking about Calle Cuatro for one spot. And, you know, and gentrification is not vague. People understand this issue very real. People understand what it means to be displaced from their homes. And I just hope that people understand that and don't talk down and talk about this as a divisive issue. We're not. It's about multiculturalism. That's what Santana is about. Thank you.
Thank you. Illa, Teslin.
Mayor Pulido and Santa Ana City Council members. Pulido. I'm sorry. City Council members, my name is Ilya Tseglin. I offer to liars, thugs, and thieves of public money from Orange County Regional Center, as well as their associate and loyal servant from DDS, Public Defender, Public Guardian, Social Services, Court, and the rest of the public offices management under the mafia of Orange County Regional Center command a bargain. If they will stop torturing Nate, persecution of my family, and lies, then I will stop telling the truth about them. The public is sick of the compulsive liars from Orange County Regional Center and compromise on public expense. If not Chairman Spitzer, an honorable Board of Orange County Supervisor, commitment for justice, public opinion, support of decent employees from public offices, then Nate would be long time ago consumed and destroyed for personal profit of Orange County Regional Center management and their associate. The conservatorship, which God designed to parents, would be stolen easy in the culture of corruption which made public sick, while the honest public offices employees are overpowered by their superior, compromised public trust superior. However, I am gladly name the honest heroes from public offices such as Public Defender Mary Ann Johnson, Laura Ann Bandens, Santa Ana Police Officer S.
Yeah, your time is up. Please conclude, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry. Thank you for time what I have.
Thank you. Thank you for what you do. With that, I'm now going to turn our attention to the consent calendar and ask council members if there are any items they wish to pull from the consent calendar.
I'd like to abstain on 10A. I wasn't present at that meeting.
All right, please note the one abstention. Also, I have speaker cards on 21A, 13A, 25B, and 39A. So, Madam Clerk, those four I will pull until we hear from the speakers. So, given that, are there any other items? Councilor Martinez?
Just one item on Mayor 20A.
Which item was that?
20A, 20.
You want to pull it or you want to abstain?
I would like to pull.
Okay. Any other items, Mayor Pro Tem? I would entertain a motion on the balance.
So moved.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Madam Clerk, would the first one be 13A?
Madam Clerk, you need that vote on the board, or is that? Mr. Mayor, in
It
your
was unanimous.
Okay. You just let us know if you need to have any sort of recording taking place, because I know we were pretty thorough at the last meeting. We kind of changed a few things on you, Mr. Mayor. So,
I know. But if it's unanimous, is it unanimous?
We're okay.
It's
And
unanimous.
If the mayor announces that it's by unanimous approval.
Then that's a quorum.
got it. Just for
So
clarity.
I'm back. I'm kidding. 13A and 25B, George Garcia, can you tackle both of those, sir?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, George?
Thank you very well, Mayor. I pray that you had I hope you had a very pleasant, happy Easter.
Thank you, George. I hope you did.
I went to Home Depot, okay? I went to...
The time is running, so just so you know.
Okay, so I went to the council meeting, the committee council meeting, Chairman Vincent probably remember, and we were talking about the drought, and this is what's happening is that under B as in Bravo dash 25-15, Governor Jerry Brown has issued an executive order for mandating 25% of the water. As you well know, that I have ideas in relation to saving water, like removing all the mediums. We just stopped watering everything now. I wanted a open agenda on this, but to no avail. So what I'm suggesting here, Mayor, is that we we move as quickly as possible in removing the mediums, and that we just stop watering altogether. We'll be saving a lot of water. And I understand there are like 35 parks in the city of Santa Ana. I tried to talk to Geraldo yesterday when I caught him at the public library doing some research, and he was no help. But I'm telling you, if he says, I don't handle the water. I says, well, you handle 35 parks. How much water is going there? You know what I mean? So, and Nabil, that I got the water drought and conservation update, okay? These charts and graphs are questionable. I know they're made by the city, but who, are they reliable, is what I'm saying, Mayor. Okay?
I believe they are, but you can contact our city manager.
Well, I just would like to double check, just, it doesn't hurt to have a second opinion.
Just contact our city manager with any doubts that you may have. Thank you, George.
All right, thank you,
Thanks
Mayor.
for coming down.
Thank you.
So with that, I would entertain a motion on item 13A and 25B.
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion passes unanimously. So with that, item 21A, Linda Lou Kesslin, are you here?
Yes.
Please come on up, and you have comment on item 21A.
I think it's 21A.
Submission of local area application for initial designation of local board certification. Is that what you want to speak on?
Well, I think that's it.
Go ahead.
I was here, a man came to my house on the 6th at 8:45 a.m. and he rang my doorbell and he was checking the water pressure at the curb. He wanted to go in the back and check my gas, and he was checking the light meter. And what my question is, his name was Michael Borangan. I didn't let him in the backyard. I really felt that he was, he didn't belong in at my gas meter in the backyard. He could read the water meter from over the next door neighbor's fence. They do that a lot. I want to know why he was in my water box. Why did he go to my water box, open it up, and fiddle around for 5 minutes in my water box that's on the next to the street? That's what I want to know. What is this? You got one man doing all three services? This is it.
All right, so with that, that was item 21A, which is submission of local area application, Workforce Investment Board approval. I'm not sure the comments were germane, but I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item 39A, Mr. John Palacio, sir, if you could come forward.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Cavazos, I'm here as a Santa Ana resident. I'm here with the family of the former Santa Ana Mayor Gordon Bricken. With me is Maureen Bricken, his daughter Patricia Bricken, and friends of the family, Robert Lopez, the local CPA, and Sam Romero, who is with the Orange County Community Housing Corporation.
You had us until you mentioned Sam.
Anyway, we want to, we're very appreciative of your consideration in naming the pedestrian bridge at the Santa Ana Regional train station. Mr. Bricken was the former mayor of Santa Ana, former councilman, former Santa Ana Planning Commissioner, and he was very instrumental in bringing the All-American City designation in the early 80s, as well as very instrumental in bringing the train station to Santa Ana. And your consideration in naming the pedestrian bridge after him would be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I would entertain a motion on 39A.
Second.
Motion is second. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Congratulations to Maureen and the Bricken family. Thank you. And Bob Lopez, I don't know how long it's been since you came to City Council, but you still look like a young man, so whatever you're doing, keep going. So with that, Madam Clerk, I believe we're on item 55A. I have no cards on that, so I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Mayor,
Aye. On 55A?
You forgot 20A. You forgot my item, Mayor, 20A.
Sorry, let's stop that for a moment, and we'll go to 20A. Go ahead, Michelle.
Thank goodness the city manager caught that, or else that would
He's looking out
bypass
for you.
us. Yes, he is. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. And I just wanted to pull this item. I wholeheartedly support it. This will be the first Vision Zero, which we're calling it the Santa Ana Mobility Safety Plan. And it's an exciting, I think, time for us and very important time for the city of Santa Ana as we move forward. And I want to thank our city manager, our public works director, our active transportation, and our entire team for moving this very quickly as we move forward and trying to be leaders to making sure that we bring safety first to our community. And I did just want to state a point for the record. I did communicate with our city manager when I met with him yesterday about this item when we were reviewing the agenda, and just wanted for to state for the public that as we move forward with this plan, that it will be integrated within our circulation element that we call it. It's my hope that we will change the circulation element to be called the mobility and complete streets element, because it makes more sense, but wanting to make sure that we have all these plans and they're integrated as we move forward with the Complete Streets Plan in the downtown, our pedestrian and bike master plan. I think they just all need to be together, and safety is, of top of our concern. And, again, I really believe that the consultants that we have for this contract are, they have a great track record. I certainly, did my due diligence and contacted a couple folks and Googled them, and wanting to make sure that we have the right team on board. And I'm certainly impressed, and I look forward to working with them as we move forward with this plan. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is that a motion?
It is a motion.
Second.
There's a motion, a second. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. So with that, Madam Clerk, I believe now we are on the business calendar. Is there any other item? So I don't know that we voted on 55A, did we?
No.
But, so we voted?
No, we didn't.
I don't remember voting. I thought I stopped it.
Well, let's vote again.
Look, let's vote again just for the record. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. 65A, I think this is a very important bill that our Assembly Member Tom Daly is carrying, talking about restructuring the governing board for the Orange County Fire Authority. And any comments on this item?
Well, Mayor,
Please go
I
ahead.
sit on the board, and I've attended 2 meetings as a board director of the board, and it is a 25-member board, and I think the goal of this bill is to streamline the process. It's hard to get consensus with such a large board, and the meetings go very late at times, and I think what we need, what Matthew Hicks requested, is if staff could provide some feedback as we discuss it tonight, how we feel. Are we supportive? Are we neutral? Or are we opposed to it? Now, it wouldn't affect Santa Ana as much because we are pretty much guaranteed a seat on the board. The way they are trying to restructure it is there are 5 districts, and there would be 2 board members from each district, so that would be 10, plus additional 3 Board of Supervisors, bringing it down from 25 to 13 board members. So I don't know how everybody feels. I know that Council Member Reyna sat on it prior to I did, and I know Sal also sat on the board, and I just think we need to discuss and how we feel moving forward with this, if we're going to support it or not.
If I may, let me give you my 2 cents worth and tell you that I think we ought to support this because I think it does impact Santa Ana. And the way it impacts Santa Ana is that if we have a dysfunctional board, and that board can be up to 40 members, if everybody shows up, it can be up to 40 people on that board. And then they don't all show up because they don't meet necessarily that often. They've got committees. Look, it's broken.
Yeah, and part of the reason, too, is that there are other cities that are looking to join, so it might even grow even more.
It's broken, and we have a lot at stake because we're the largest city in the fire authority right now, and if we stay, we need to have, I think, a more sound body there, and I think by emulating OCTA, which was done with a similar bill, AB 710, some years ago, we ended up with a pretty good situation. It's still a large board at OCTA 17, but it's a lot better than 40. It's a lot. You make it too big, you make it broken. It doesn't work.
It's 25, I think. I don't know.
No, but others can show. It's 25.
The alternates show up?
Yes, they can. They can show up, and they have a right to show up and discuss and go up to 40.
Okay.
So, Councilor Martinez, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I agree with you, and I'm very supportive. I had conversations with the previous president when he was on board, and understand when he was wanting to go through that process. And I think it's an important one. But what I will share with you is that you could have large boards. I sit on an 86-member board, and we're not dysfunctional. We get things done at the Southern California Association of Governments, and that's 86-member. Most likely, 83 people show up in every given meeting, and we're able to be productive. But I think under this circumstance, the difference here is that as we move forward, as the Orange County Fire Authority moves forward and it starts to grow, I think because of Santa Ana joining the Orange County Fire Authority, it's provided other opportunities for cities to be willing to move in that direction. And I think it's important that, we do already have a seat and we'll always have a seat, but when you have multiple people in various cities, in particular, and I think one of the biggest debates has always been the city of Irvine and how the city of Irvine pays. And so we got to have these candid conversations, how we pay the Orange County Fire Authority and how the city of Irvine pays, 2 different methods. And I have never sat on the board, but I've done my due diligence. I've asked questions to the fire authority, and I know Councilman Tinajero sat on 3 members already, 4 members actually, because I think David started off. So I think 4 members have already sat on the Orange County Fire Authority since we started. And I really believe, and I want to thank Tom Daly, our assembly member, for supporting this and moving this forward, because as we do move forward with fire services here in Orange County, it's going to be very important that we have a board that is going to be able to be open and transparent and be willing to look at the different situations that we face with the various cities. One example is the city of Irvine, the county of Orange, and Santa Ana. We're all very different in how we actually pay and the pay structures, and I think that's what's created many problems. And so I just want us to be clear and letting the public know that that's probably one of the main reasons. And I think it's in the best interest that this council is supportive, so that we can make sure that we continue to support the Orange County Fire Authority and as it moves forward.
Yes, Councilmember Saltinajero.
I won't take long here, but we've sat on those boards, and they're rough. They're pretty painful. I've never sat on a board that tough to sit on. I hate to say it, but it's just, I punched myself one time just to kind of get back.
What happened?
I woke myself up. I mean, it was brutal. But yeah, I do believe we need to move forward with this. I think it's going to work.
Yeah.
I think, look, the main message is proportionally our power will increase. We'll have a stronger voice with a smaller board, and frankly, we need that, because Michelle's right now. If you look at like the unfunded liability and the way they're treating Santa Ana and the firefighters that went over there versus Irvine or others, it's not the same formula, guys.
Yeah,
it's not the same formula, and it just isn't ultimately really fair to us. It limits our options in the future. So look, let me just take a moment and thank Joe Kerr, because I know he's been on this for a long time, and I know Tony's been working with him closely. And I'll tell you, I think this bill is going to go. I know that Kevin De Leon is already supportive, and I do thank Tom Daly for his work. And I think it's incumbent upon us to be supportive. So with that, I think we have a motion and a second. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Just one quick comment. Who's going to get back to Matthew Hicks? I know he did request an email, just letting him know.
Maybe the clerk, can you notify him? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, we're now on to item 65B, Park Security Update, Staff Recommendation to ensure continued security from the City Manager's Office, and we have a few speakers. Let me take the speakers first, and then let's have our discussion. Ann Salisbury, Renee Hernandez, and Sandra Cortez, in that order. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, fellow City Council members. My name is Ann Salisbury. I'm a resident here in Santa Ana, a park user, park visitor, and park supporter. I'm here tonight to hopefully have you reaffirm your prior policy decision that you just made a few months ago in support of maintaining the park ranger program. It seems that with the passage of time, perhaps the administration has not understood the direction that the City Council had wanted to take, and I didn't see anything in the update report that really required any changes to the policy that Council previously set. I think we have seen evidence of having a dedicated park patrol and enforcement assist with the park safety, and they won't get pulled aside the way that police officers will. Rather, we should have the police officers out there doing the DUI patrols, handling the domestic violence cases, and doing other issues that the police are uniquely suited to do, and allowing park rangers to do the duties that they're uniquely suited to do. And so with the thought of using overtime police officers to fill the gap of park rangers, that doesn't strike me as particularly fiscally sound when you consider that a park ranger is roughly half the cost of one police officer. And so if we're going to have extra money being spent by the police department to be doing park stuff, perhaps the better option is to have them expedite the hiring of the park rangers that are supposed to be replacing the CalPERS annuitant park rangers. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. After Ann, we had Renee Renee, are you here? Come on down. And Sandra Cortez, if you're here, why don't you come on down and just sit on the front row because you'll be right after Renee. Please go ahead, Renee.
Thank you, Council. As you know, my name is Renee Hernandez. I represent the part-time employees for the City of Santa Ana. I'm here today to asking you guys, basically, is the action that you guys had taken on last council meeting to please proceed with those actions. But one of the things that I would like to ask is that to extend the park rangers, as you know, the process of hiring new park rangers does take a while, and we would like to ask you to extend them so they can actually train the new hirees. So, and also, we also believe that the PEPRA law would be, we wouldn't be violating the PEPRA law in regards that we understand it as the PEPRA law is as long as we are actively recruiting that we are in compliance. So, also, we were wondering about the CalPERS response, and as you know, I believe they may have contacted the city. I'm not sure yet, but I believe that they might have recently. Also, another request is that that we maintain the park ranger program embedded in the actual location that it's at the city yard. We would like it to be maintained at the city yard because it fosters the culture of the park ranger and community policing. We believe that it is important to keep the continuity of the program, as it is. As we see the park rangers out there, they help us staff to hit basically to help prevent negative elements that happen in the park. As you know, we as staff in the park, we like to utilize the park facilities as the whole park, the playgrounds, the fields itself, and sometimes there's negative elements there, and we are forced to deal with those elements, and the park rangers come out immediately when we request them.
Thank you, Renee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sandra, please.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Sandra Cortez. I live at 1626 East 6th Street, Santa Ana. I am a city employee, and I am part of the part-time bargaining unit. I'm the vice chair to help assist with Renee. I do want to say I want to continue the park rangers to allow them to continue employment with the city while we wait for a response from CalPERS. Give a little while longer, a little bit past, at least past the 18th of April. Though I would prefer that they actually got to train those new people that are coming in if they would not be able to stay due to the government code, if that decision is made by CalPERS. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Sandra. So now let me bring this item to the council, and who would like to go first? Well, it's a natural response.
It's a natural response. Well, thank you,
But
Mr. Mayor.
do you want to, or do you want the city manager or somebody else?
I'll go ahead and ask our city manager. I know he has commented specifically in regards to the CalPERS letter.
Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and members of City Council. We do have an update for everybody. First of all, we are maintaining the park ranger program. We heard you loud and clear. We're not going for park ambassadors or anything like that, so we will have a park ranger program. We have not received any correspondence from CalPERS, and we have had extensive discussions both in closed session and also with attorneys. We have one here. Of course, Sonia is not here today. And in the memo that we sent to you, it's a strong belief of our legal staff and our personnel director and of course, the city manager that the most prudent approach is to stop employing these individuals. There's some significant liability. We never received direction from the council to rescind
the separation notices. That's beyond the authority of the council. That's a city manager decision, so I want to make sure that's on the record. And so we've had 2 transition periods. I do want to emphasize that there is a little bit of a fiscal issue. Everything's kind of the same, but the police overtime is more expensive, and it's about $2,800 more a week, but over 4 months, it's about a $28,000 issue, which I think could be pale in comparison to the potential liability that both the Rangers and the city has. So I think that's a good investment. The security in the parks will be equal or better. We are working really hard to get park rangers based on your direction. And we have an update for you here. And I just talked to the chief, and there are 3 individuals who will be taking the agility test. And so we're very hopeful that we will find park rangers as you directed. But in the meantime, we do have about 60 hours a week that would be covered by police officers. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you. Any comment by council members? Councilmember Mescua?
Just since we're continuing to recruit, this is just in the meantime until we fill those positions, correct?
Absolutely, Councilwoman Mescua. We will follow the council direction to recruit for park rangers. But in the meantime, we have 1 liaison in the police department, 40 hours. We have 1 park ranger who's not a CalPERS and Newton, 20 hours. And then the 60 hours will be done by police overtime.
Okay, thank you.
Let's just go down the line.
Go ahead.
Is that okay?
I could be the last one. Perfect.
Go ahead.
Lost my train of thought. One of the speakers had mentioned a date of April 18th. Please refresh my memory. What's significant of that particular date?
Thank you, Councilman Reyna. We had sent a separation notice to the Rangers, I think November, December, and there was a feeling that we needed more time. So based on that, it was my decision. I rescinded the separation notice, and then after our last meeting, there was some discussion about why don't you go check with CalPERS, and I did that. And obviously we haven't heard back, and I also confirmed with legal. So the separation notice to the Rangers is April 18th.
And speaking of CalPERS, do they have to respond to our letter? Do they have to give us a response?
I'm going to ask our city attorney to respond to that. I think the answer is no. And we are very knowledgeable about this issue, and I should say that when we started dealing with this legal issue, there were many city employees in the same circumstance that were separated from the city. These are the last remaining employees that are being impacted, but maybe the city attorney wants to add to that.
I concur with everything Mr. Cavazos said. There's no requirement that CalPERS respond to the city of Santa Ana. In my view, the law is very clear, but that's all I can report on that.
So the fact that we may be waiting for some type of response, we could be waiting for...
It may never come.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Thank you. All the questions for now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So that was in part one of the questions that I do have. From what has been explained to us, we have retirees, former retirees that are currently employed back with the city. And can you explain to us why that is an issue of concern, and why the CalPERS letter, there was a suggestion that I've heard that, which actually seemed like something that might work in our favor, that so long as CalPERS did not respond, basically we reached out to CalPERS for response, and their decision to not respond as of yet maybe allows us, or is sort of is somewhat of a permissive, or provides us the cover to be able to continue to have these retirees employed by the city. How would you speak to that?
Councilmember Benavides, one could argue that. I wouldn't take that position about how the city did that. I think that shows that we acted in good faith. However, at some point, the city has an obligation to act, I believe. The law only allows two situations where a retiree could come back on the payroll for a CalPERS agency, and that's during an emergency or because a person has specialized skills. And based on the things that I've read, the legal opinions, even the CalPERS manuals themselves, I just don't see that as happening here.
There was suggestion by one of the speakers that perhaps, so long as we're actively recruiting, which we currently are, that then would provide us, again, cover and make it so that we're being compliant with the new PEP.
That's not the view I share. I think that when you look at the law, I went back to the black letter law. I read the opinions, I read the CalPERS manuals. At the end of the day, you go back to the black letter law, which is in the government code. There are no exceptions that talk about good faith compliance or sending a request for a letter or doing a recruitment. The fact pattern here is this. We've had employees who have been working in these positions for 20 years. That's my understanding of the fact pattern. So I think that the whole concept is an interim appointment or a temporary appointment. I think we're beyond that, Councilmember Benavides.
Last question, part for the, and this may be some of the questions my colleagues might have had as well, but the implications, and then City Manager, there's one of the practical, real questions and concerns that we have institutional knowledge in the current park rangers, and part of the interest on the council, if I recall correctly, is that there would be we would go to active recruiting and allow for there to be a transition where some of that knowledge, if you will, would be transferred from our current park rangers as they transition out to the new hirees. So that, two-part question: one, the implications, legal implications for us having these retirees, and then the institutional knowledge question.
Yes, that is a question that I've been thinking about, and I want you to know that I believe that the Santa Ana police officers will provide equal or better customer service and park security, and that they're post-certified, and they also will be helped by a liaison, which is already existing in the police department, a park liaison. In addition to that, they have a remaining park ranger that can help train the new ones as they come on board. Ideally, in a situation, you always want to transition with new employees and old employees. Unfortunately, the liability is so significant that even though it is beneficial, it doesn't outweigh the detriments in this case.
Now, Councilor Michelle Martinez, and then I'll come this way.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, when we decided to move in this position, and I'm not going to go into it because I had a heated conversation with our city manager and our city attorney a couple weeks ago, and I'm not going to hash it out here. I think all of you know I'm passionate and why I think our park ranger program was important, and why we decided on the decision that we made was to make sure that we were able to transition our park rangers out and then bring in the new ones. And the process that took place, I'm one of the first council members to praise our staff. And as I did just earlier, I praised our city manager, our public works department, but I'm also a council member that will hold our staff accountable as well. It's very important to do so. And I will continue to do that. And in this process, I believe it was flawed. And as there were documents that were presented to me and not to the entire council through that process of emails about updates of how we were actually moving forward with the recruitment process. Received a memo from our police chief, and then received a memo from our through our personnel director, Ed Raya. And they're both a little inconsistent in how many people applied and how we got started very quickly in the process. But I do appreciate that we did take this process to where it's at today, and now we have actually 3 people in the pipeline that will potentially be hired, and we have a park ranger that has been with us. Look, I understand the exposure. I actually have contacts at CalPERS. I chose not to contact them. But maybe tomorrow I will. I've chosen because I wanted us to follow the process. We asked our city staff to send the letter. I didn't want to intervene and contact some of the board members and others. But tomorrow I'm going to do that because I think clarification is very important. And when we talk about exposure, because 2+ years ago, and there's record of it, that we had many employees not in compliance, and we kept them on board. And certainly enough, we have kept the park rangers on board. And I was the first to say, from the police department to the public works department, you have to get rid of these people. And so I'm not going to be hypocritical. I believe that we have to, stay true to the law. And I don't violate the law. But I think we had every right to send a letter to CalPERS and asking them, and I believe that we do have some kind of cover. I really believe that this is an emergency. The safety in our parks are important, and certainly our police officers probably could do equal or a better job. We have the best police department in this country. We have a fun, they're well trained. And so I think we all get that. The problem is the cost. It's not fiscally prudent to have our cops out in our parks. Our cops, need to be on the streets, dealing with the issues that, that they're facing every day, and they're short-staffed already. They're already short-staffed already, and we all know that. And so to have them go and monitor our parks when we can just wait a little longer till we get these 3 people on board to then transition them out. Again, I'm only one member of the city council, and so I'm not going to, beg here or not. I think I've already, put my position out and wanting to do the right thing, and I think that we all should do the right thing. But I am a little frustrated. I'm a little bit exhausted, over this entire process and where we're at. And I just can't do it anymore. But I just want to speak here very candidly with all of you, is that at the end of the day, when we talk about public safety, we have to be honest with each other. That we can't have law enforcement or police department spread so thin. They're already thin enough. And spending more money for them to do overtime, I would rather have those officers out on the street dealing with gang violence on the other things that they're having to deal with than having to deal with the problem at a park. And so, so I'm not willing. I understand the law, and I understand you're here providing an update. And it's up to the majority of the council to decide what is it that they want to do. But I want to, if my colleagues decide not to stay the status quo, what we recommended, and making sure that we're able to transition them and give another 30 days is what I'm going to request. If that request is not granted, and we want to move forward with our staff's recommendation, I would ask my colleagues to put a cap on that overtime, and for them to come back to the city council in 30 days to make sure where they're at in the process of hiring these people, because it is not fiscally responsible of us to continue to give overtime or having our officers stepping away from out on our streets into our parks when we can really put our officers out where they need to be. And so that's my position. I'm not going to argue no more. I'm in a good mood, and I just,
Michelle, we all want you to stay in a good mood.
I'm in a good mood. So,
why don't you make the first motion that you made? Let's see if there's a second. If there's 4 votes, and we go that route.
Fantastic. I think Councilman Tinajero has comment. You have comment, Councilman
Please,
Tinajero?
go ahead,
So I don't want to make a
Councilmember.
motion without him or
Thank you.
Councilman Sarmiento speaking.
First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, when we have a question here, council members have a question on either conduct or process or, procedures, the same thing. We typically go to our city attorney and we ask our city attorney for a legal opinion. And that legal opinion to us is gold. We walk with that legal opinion. It's a form of protection that we are moving in the right direction and that we're doing things the right way. So what I'm seeing is a city attorney and a representative of the city attorney's office who's telling us that he is going by the letter of the law that says there's nowhere where it states that there are any, good faith transitional periods, right? It's either you're following the law or you're not following the law. And so I'm looking at that opinion. I am not an attorney. I'm a council member who is supposed to create policy and give direction. When the staff is giving me that legal opinion, then I believe it's important for me to trust the professionals that are giving me that legal opinion. I heard comment on this, and it's easy to say that someone doesn't believe that it's a violation, that there's a violation here. It's easy to say that, but at the end of the day, It's our city manager who we've put in place to run the city. And if there is a violation, it's not the person who believes there isn't a violation whose head's on a platter. It's the city manager's head who's on a platter. So the city manager has to go by the law. And if you feel uncomfortable, Mr. City Manager, to go outside of that, by all means, don't do it. And that's what I'm trying to tell our colleagues, is we have to protect our city manager, and also he's trying to protect the city. It's about public safety. When someone says we're going to make a transition, all I want to know is, are we going to have cover to continue that public safety? And by golly, we might even have better cover. I do agree with this. Yes, our park rangers did a great job, but our police officers can do a great job too. They also know our community. Many of them are from here. Many of them grew up here. And so I just say that my belief is this, is that if I have a city attorney who's telling me this is what we're going to do, we have a police department, if it's going to cost us a little money in the meantime while we're recruiting those park rangers, then so be it. I know that we're going to get coverage. And just to make it clear, we're not taking an officer off the street to go survey parks. Officers are in their full, they're fully manned with their manpower that they always have, but we are going to give some overtime for those folks to go out into the parks. And that's a temporary issue. The reason I'm not good with the cap is because none of us here are accountants. None of us know really what the true rate is. So for us to put a cap on it right now without having hard numbers is kind of, I just don't feel comfortable with that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, council member, if you think all attorneys have opinions that are golden, bless you. Because as an attorney, what they say about our area is that, everybody has an opinion, just like everybody has. Well, I won't finish that sentence, but in any event, look, I think that I think that what we all can agree on is that we want to make the right decisions, and I think we all want to be thoughtful of what the law is. We want to make sure we follow it as closely as we can. I do agree with staff's recommendation on the reading of Section 408 of our charter. We certainly don't have the authority as a body here to influence hiring or separation of any of our employees. So I don't think anybody's trying to do that. I want to, at least I'm not trying to do that, and I don't think it's the will of this council to do that. But I do think that it's important that it's a debatable question, because you're talking about black letter law versus case law. So interpretation of that black letter law and of the way people read those codes is very different, and it differs. We, I think, have been violating that for a while, and it's been the position of the agency overseeing that, CalPERS, to follow up on their remedies. They haven't done that, so I can see how representatives of the city have said, well, look, we've been doing the wrong thing for a long time. Should we continue, or is this somehow compelling, and is it time sensitive? So to me, I remember I was one of those voices who wanted to follow the hybrid position, which I think is similar to this, which is using some of our officers to enforce park safety in our parks. And I remember the public saying, no, we like the program. The program is effective. It's working, and it was so compelling that I spoke to some of the park rangers, and I certainly changed my position and said, okay, let's move forward. What concerns me is that the search that we gave direction to staff to do hasn't really rendered the results in the time that we've had. So how long do we do that? And I am also concerned that what we do by just acquiescing on this point is that we may end up with that hybrid position, which again I supported, but wasn't the will of the public and wasn't the will of this council and wasn't the direction. So that's my concern, and I would not be foolish enough to put caps on any of the overtime, but I also think this can't get away from us. This can't be gone for 6 months, and then we say, this is what I think what could happen is that come back and say, hey, this program's working great, let's leave it as is, and we undermine the will of what was already decided here. So that's my concern. I think that there has to be, if we're going to give this temporary relief so we can have the issue of safety addressed, to cure the violation of law that we appear to be having here, and let this go. That's one thing I think that would be very dangerous for us, to not put some sunset on this and say, let's revisit this every 30 days until we get this thing resolved, because we can't let the bleeding continue. By bleeding, I mean the monies, because I think it's just not a good way to spend monies if we've agreed to use a different, go down a different path, which is to make a concerted search to find part-time park rangers that are going to address, again, what this council gave direction as, and again, what the public wanted to see. So it's not really, it's the will of the public, I think, that we have to follow here. So, Mr. Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
I actually just want to rephrase. I didn't mean cap. I wanted to say revisit, because I don't have that I don't have that ability. Neither does this council, to put a cap on overtime. I wanted to revisit, saying that if we were to go in that way of having the police officers do overtime, that we would come back every 30 days to make sure that we're managing the process, because we gave 60 days to manage the initial process, and it was a little bit flawed, and now we're here. And so we need to keep track, making sure that we are meeting the will of the people.
thank you for that clarification, Councilwoman. And Mr. City Manager, do you want to comment on that?
Yes, we are following your direction. We're actively seeking park rangers, not park ambassadors. But I do want to manage expectations, and so I'm going to ask the chief to come up and explain the process. Nothing's going to change in 30 days. So I just want to let you know that right now. Explain how long it takes to do this, and also the agility test, and then the background, and then bring somebody on.
Yes, the three individuals have passed an oral interview, and they're taking the physical agility test on April 11th. And if they pass that, they're going to go on to the background. And depending on what their background looks like, that can take from 6 to 9 months to complete the whole background process. So it could be a lengthy process. We'll try to expedite it as much as possible, but we also have competing interests with hiring police officers, but it's definitely a top priority for us. And that's how long a police background takes as well, so it's not any different.
And just so we know the realm of financial situation, if we had it's about $3,000 a week different. So over a year it'd be $150,000, which we don't think will happen, but 6 months it would be a $75,000 issue. So we do believe that having police officers now and not having to deal with the CalPERS issue is worth the $75,000. But I wanted to manage the expectations. So if you want to come back in 3 months and then 6 months, maybe that might be more prudent, because we don't expect an update in 30 days.
Well, I just don't, and this sort of, verifies what I was saying, or my concern is that, this gets away from us. If we're talking about 6 to 9 months, then we're talking about close to a year, because usually these things are underestimated. But look, maybe we get lucky and we're able to find 3 individuals very quickly, but that's probably not realistic. So I would, entertain this or consider this, so long as we have some maybe periods of time where we could come back and revisit it, and maybe you can give us updates on this, because again, for us to just grant this could just evolve into a permanent program status, where we just have we just say, look, we can't find 3 individuals. We found 1, 2 weren't good, another one dropped out, and then we're here 3 years from now saying, you know what, it's just not working.
Mayor Pro Tem, maybe we can come back every 90 days, and we'll continue to do recruitments and bring all the people. But if you want us to come back every 30 days, we can. It's just going to.
Right. Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we why don't we compromise? Can you come back every 60 days, and that's every couple of months? Just give us a quick update. That shouldn't take too long, and I'd amend the motion to include that if my colleagues are willing to go ahead and.
All right. So we have an amended motion. Look.
Staff's recommendation plus 60 days.
Yes, and the reason I like the 60, look, there may not be a lot of conclusion in 60 days, but at least we're monitoring. We're staying on top of it. Maybe there's a little update, or maybe the update is we're about to have an event, and in 30 days we'll know more. But otherwise it could be a long time before this comes up again. Meanwhile, the community's going to be out there saying, what are you guys doing about the park rangers? And we're going to say, well, we're not sure. We're waiting for an update. And that's not a good answer. So we basically have a motion with that as an amendment. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously, and we'll have an update in 60 days. And we all know the spirit of what we're trying to do. We're trying to maintain the park rangers, as the community very articulately, told us several times.
Mayor,
Yes.
you didn't allow me. I'm just still going to be no because I just don't support that process. I get it that you guys we need to move that because of the law, but I don't support
Can you make it a soft no? Okay. Please record a soft no. So with that, now we go on to the next item. Madam Clerk, would that be 75A? Do we have any speakers on that item?
Mr. Mayor, I'll be recusing myself on this item due to my leadership relationship with one of the applicants.
Okay.
I will be doing the same. I sit on a few advisory committees, so I'll be stepping off.
Okay. So with that, let me say this is the time and place. I want to call to order a public hearing to consider approving the 2015-16 Community Development Block Grant Program. And what I'm going to do right now is just have staff available. And I have some people that want to speak, so let me open up the public hearing. And let me open it up by starting with Don Collins. Don, come on up, and then after that, Ava Stefans, and then Kathleen Bowman. So all the folks that I called, just come down towards the second row if you can, or the first row. Judith Padilla, and Gregory Matthews, and Gillian Flagg. Please go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here just to answer any questions you may have that come up, of course, as it relates to our recommended grant application that we processed with you.
Thank you. If you can be available, Don, we would appreciate that. Thank you. And Don, you are with the Council on Aging.
Correct.
You look pretty young. It's a good thing. Ava, how are you?
I'm well, thank
And thank you for that little note on that op-ed piece that I wrote. I know you liked it.
Go Facebook. Good evening. How are you? Mayor Polito, City Council members. My name's Ava Steffens. I'm representing KidWorks Community Development. Thank you for inviting KidWorks to present on our CDBG grant application, and we're pleased that we got the highest rating from the Commission on our application. We're seeking funding to operate a neighborhood center in the Cedar Evergreen neighborhood. As referenced in the City of Santa Ana's 5-year strategic plan, Cedar Evergreen's a neighborhood initiative area. And the SAPD, Santa Ana Police Department, calls this area a narcotics hotspot due to the very high level of crime related to narcotics activity. KidWorks' mission is to restore at-risk neighborhoods one life at a time. We've been working in Santa Ana for over 20 years and have seen thousands of children, youth, and their families improve their lives through their participation at KidWorks. We currently operate 3 community centers. Our main hub is on the other side of the alley from the West Myrtle neighborhood. We also have a center on Townsend Street and a center at Bishop Manor. The high school graduation rate for our students is 96%, and 91% of our high school graduates go on to college. Our service model focuses on 4 pillars: academic and arts, health and fitness, college and career readiness, and leadership and spiritual development. And this center will be open every afternoon to offer after-school programs for children and youth with a variety of extracurricular activities. We offer, in addition to the work that we do with the youth from kindergarten through high school through 12th grade, we also offer parent workshops. And we will be working in collaboration with 360 Diversion Program, run by clinical psychologist Dr. Christina Jose Kampfner. So this successful program is working with youth that are referred from the Orange County Probation Department with the goal of helping youth avoid unnecessary detention. They also offer mental health support for parents. So thank you for your support.
Thank you. Now, Kathleen, followed by Judith Padilla. Please go ahead, Kathleen.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. First of all, I'd just like to thank you for opening up the CDBG process to nonprofits again. It's been several years since we've had the opportunity to participate. Wise Place, as hopefully all of you know, is a shelter for homeless women. And not just in this city or in this county, but across the country, 1 in 4 homeless people are unaccompanied women. And there are very few resources that are actually directed to unaccompanied women. And Wise Place is one of those places where here in our city, for over 28 years now, we've provided shelter for women who, some are just 18 years old and emancipating from the foster care system at the other end of the spectrum. They're over 80 years old and have no place else to live. As unaccompanied women, in some cases they have children that they've lost custody to. Others have asked their relatives to take care of their children. At Wise Place, we work with the women to empower them so that they will be able to, rather than being a drain on the community, will be longtime contributors to the community. There is a move to a Housing First model, which is a very admirable model. The women that we work with have, in many cases, many years of dysfunction that need to be corrected so that they will be able to live long term. So we just thank you for your consideration. We thank the Commission for their recommendation, and we do hope that you will support the Commission's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming down. Judith Padilla, followed by Gregory Matthews, and then Phelan Lim, and then Claire Brayburn. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for having me today. My name is Judith Padilla, and I am program coordinator with Human Options. As you might know, Human Options is a domestic violence agency here in Orange County, and we've been serving domestic violence victims and their children for over 34 years. Similarly, we've been partners with the City of Santa Ana, providing resources to the City of Santa Ana through Minnie Street Family Resource Center and Corbin Family Resource Center. Today we are requesting funding or approval for funding for a new program called Community Domestic Violence Program. This program is aims to interact with 220 children between the ages of 5 and 18 and their parents by promoting new groups seeking safety and Hands Are Not for Hitting, with the goal of decreasing teen dating violence and future domestic violence. The CDC sees domestic violence and teen dating violence as a public health issue, and so does Human Options. 1 in 5 teens are affected by domestic or teen dating violence every year, and 1 in 3 teens know a peer who's a victim of domestic violence. So our goal is to really start education at a young age, at age 5, and in the elementary schools. We look to partner with Santa Ana schools and also with the local FRCs, like I mentioned, in order to engage our families and to engage the residents. So our services will be offered in bilingual, English and Spanish, and again, we hope that the city will approve our funding request this year. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Gregory, followed by Phelan Lim, and then Claire. And Gregory, did you have 2 speakers? Because I kind of saw 2 names.
Her health was changing, so she had to retire.
So you're representing us. Okay,
Yes.
Goodwill of Orange County.
So,
Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Polito and members of the City Council. My name is Gregory Mathis. I'm the Director of Grants and Foundations for Goodwill of Orange County. Goodwill is in the business of helping people with barriers to get a job and keep a job. We believe in the power of work. Tonight we are speaking on behalf of our program participants, and I'm very grateful for the city's consideration of our proposed employment and training program for people facing barriers. Last year, Goodwill served over 16,000 people, finding them jobs and greater levels of independence, with the majority of them coming from Santa Ana. At this time, it's in the city CDBG application process. I would like to take this opportunity to emphasize the value resource that Goodwill of Orange County is. Goodwill of Orange County is much more than the thrift store, and I know most of you know that, but it's helpful to let everybody know that. As one of the few, if any, CDBG applicants that provide workforce solutions, Goodwill offers numerous services and opportunities for residents who have a difficulty in finding and keeping a job, maintaining employment, including those with the most severe barriers. Goodwill is all about creating jobs for people in Santa Ana. We have decades of experience assisting individuals to reach their potential. This is a unique and diverse social enterprise that provides jobs and entry into the workforce for people with skills and backgrounds, including those with limited skills and work experience. We have over 90 years of experience doing this. With one of the highest unemployment and poverty rates in Orange County, Santa Ana is in need of greater employment supports for persons facing significant barriers. For over 90 years, Goodwill has been helping the residents of Santa Ana get and keep a job. However, in today's economy, to achieve success, one not only needs a job, but a better job. This is how Goodwill of Orange County can make a positive difference for Santa Ana's residents in the lowest income areas. Goodwill's Good Jobs program meets the person where they are at in their life, whether it's a person who is deaf, a single mother, or persons trying to support their families, such as veterans looking for a pathway to transition to a civilian life, or non-English speakers are looking for a better chance to be understood. Goodwill believes that with training and case management, these are not barriers. These are challenges that can be overcome. Goodwill's Good Jobs program.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Phelan Lim, followed by Claire. And when the light goes yellow, that means that 2 minutes are up. So consider yellow as the new red. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Polito and Council Member. Thank you for having me this evening. My name is Palai Lim. I am an executive director of the Cambodian family. I was a former youth program director. And I just wanted to congratulate all the recipients of the recognition tonight. 4 years ago, I was also receiving a recognition from the City of Council member for my work in youth violence prevention and for receiving the California Wellness recognitions. So I am glad to be here today before you to share with you our successful youth program that we have been implementing since 1991. I've been working with the Cambodian family since I was a young woman. Now I need bifocal glasses, so I have to take it out. Having been working in the youth program for so many years, I've experienced and witnessed positive impact that we have on our youth and our family in Santa Ana. Our program has been highly successful. Since our program began in 1990, we made positive impact on Cambodian youth, in particularly over the last 2 decades. Based on the 2000 census, only 33% of Cambodians aged 25 and older in Santa Ana continued their educations after high school. In 2010 census, we see a huge increase to 56%. Currently, we are also serving our Latino youth and family, and we are expecting to see strong results with these populations as well. Our youth programs help about 120 Santa Ana low-income youth and parents from immigrants' family thrive in the area of academic, health education, leadership development, and career explorations. Youth activity take place at the Cambodian family after school, Tuesday through Friday. Youth attend our program year-round, average of 6 to 8 hours per week. Staff are bilingual in Cambodian or Spanish. All activity are led by partnership of program staff and community volunteer. So student can remain, we are offering service to a wide range of grade level from first grade to 12th, so student can remain in our program as they advance through their grade levels.
Thank you, Palin. Can you just summarize, please?
Okay. We have been operating this successful youth program for many years, the Plan Ahead Youth Program, so we hope that you continue to support us because this is a time that we greatly needed your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Claire?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Claire Braburn. I'm the Executive Director and Co-founder of America on Track, and we're delighted to be on the list of recommended organizations for the CDBG funds. And I wanted to share some information with you about the project that would be funded. America on Track is a very, very unique program for children of prisoners, and as a matter of fact, America on Track is the only organization in Orange County specifically providing comprehensive services to children of prisoners and their families. We believe that children of prisoners deserve the chance to discover a brighter future, and that's why we provide them with mentors, STEM workshops, colleges for Me Too summer education camp, books, and special events. Our Brighter Futures for Children of Prisoners program is actually 3 programs in one. The first component is our mentoring program, and we provide children of prisoners with carefully selected and trained mentors who are required to see their mentees for 2 hours per week for a minimum of 1 year. But actually, we have quite a few mentors who've been with us anywhere from 5 to 8 years, and our average is 2.5 years. The second component is our STEM, our science, technology, engineering, and math component, and we're making science fun for these kids. We have partnerships with UCI and Cal State Fullerton, and we have bi-monthly STEM workshops that are led by college students who work with us to make the STEM workshops fun and interactive. And this weekend, we'll be taking the kids to UCI for a journey into the world of microbiology. I'm sure I will learn a lot of that as well. We also have partnerships with Kaiser Permanente and Accra Aerospace, and last month the kids got to go to the Accra Aerospace manufacturing plant and have a tour there. The third component is our Colleges for Me Too summer education camp, and it's the only one of its kind in California for children of prisoners. The kids get to actually live in the college dorms, take campus tours, participate in educational seminars, more STEM workshops, find out how they can apply for scholarships so they can get into college and really find out and experience how fun college can be. For the past 11 years, America on Track has been working with this specific population, and the cost to our society is tremendously high. We need to continue to serve these kids. It's a $63 billion annual cost to the country, and Orange County rates 7th in the country in prison population, which is not a statistic that we should be proud of, and we need to do something about it, which is why we're specifically working with children of prisoners. So we hope that you will continue to support this program so we can support the children of prisoners living here in Santa Ana, and we're requesting that you recommend us for funding at the $50,000 level. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Claire. With that, that is it for the speakers, so I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it to council for consideration, and let me call on Councilmember Michelle Martinez, please.
Mayor, I know a couple of us want to make some adjustments and changes, and so, we can't do it right here on the dais, so I want to see if we can continue the item to the next council meeting so that we can all provide our input to the city manager and he can bring it back to us based on the recommendations. We've done this in the past with our former city manager. We did the same process because we have other items here on the agenda, and so we just, it's kind of difficult to, go step by step, so I think we want to continue the item for 2 weeks.
Mayor?
Yes.
I just, of course, we're in agreement. I would emphasize that the information be provided to me, and maybe there's a way for us to come up with some adjustments. But we also want to emphasize that we have a pretty hard schedule, and so if we could get it done at the next meeting, we'll make us sure that we're in compliance with the federal government.
That'll work. All right, let's make it sure that it's a hard 2 weeks. It's something that can't slip. So with that, we have a motion and a second.
Second, yeah.
So with that, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously.
A hard 2 weeks versus
A hard
a
2
soft
weeks.
2 weeks?
Yeah, a soft 2 weeks can be continued again. This one can't. So with that, Madam Clerk, are we on 75B and we get the 2 council members back? Unless we don't want to tell them anything, just leave them next door and... All right, this is time and place to call into order a public hearing to consider adopting an addendum to the final environmental impact statement, environmental impact report for the Bristol Street Improvement Project between Civic Center Drive and Washington Avenue. Staff is available for questions. Madam Clerk, do we have any written communications?
No, we have not received any.
I'm now going to open up the public hearing. Do we have any members of the audience that wish to address us on item 75B as in boy?
Can't be that mean.
Seeing no one, I will now close the public hearing and bring it to council for consideration. 75B, somebody make a
Yes,
motion.
Mr. Mayor, I will make the motion, and as we all know, we've been dealing with Bristol for quite some time, and just wanting to make sure, we're going through, communications with the group, and we're moving along, and, I support this item. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the item.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Mr. Mayor, can I
yes,
ask
please.
a question
Mayor
of the,
Pro Tem, yes.
of the city attorney? I know that I've recused myself in the past because there's a property right by Civic Center in Bristol, so it might be within that within the 300 feet. It's Louise Street, right there, and this encompasses, from what I understand, between Civic Center to Washington. Correct?
That's correct.
So, out of an abundance of caution, because I have a real property interest there, I'm going to recuse myself just again out of an abundance of caution.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second? Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion passes unanimously. You can come back, Vince. 75C, this is time and place. I'd like to call to order a public hearing to consider adopting an addendum to the final environmental report statement, environmental impact report for the Bristol Street Improvement Project between Warner, St. Andrew, and the 405 freeway. I just threw that in at the end, just to see if everybody's listening. So you're listening. This is good. So forget the 405 freeway. It's just from Warner to St. Andrew Place. People are listening. That's a good thing. So with that, Madam Clerk, do we have any written communications?
No, I have not received any.
I know we have staff ready for answer any questions. Let me now open up the public hearing. Does anybody wish to address us on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council for consideration.
I'd like to move the item.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Those in favor, please say aye. 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 Those opposed, motion carries. So unanimously, Madam Clerk. Now on the next item, we're going to recess the council meeting, convene the Housing Authority meeting. I would entertain a motion on the consent calendar.
So moved.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Now the regular business items 3 through 5. I would entertain a single motion.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Seeing no comments for the Housing Authority nor from the Housing Authority members, I will now reconvene the City Council meeting, and we're going to now begin our work study session discussion. There's a discussion by staff and limited community input. I say limited because we're not going to take any action tonight. There's no vote. We're simply going to be having a little bit of a discussion. I've got a ton of speakers. I would, again, keeping in mind that we're not voting on anything. You can speak tonight, but you can also get input to us during the week. You can call our council offices. You can meet with us individually. There's many ways you can talk to us. So with that, let me now turn things over to the city manager, and then we'll listen to the presentation and go from there.
Thank you, Mayor. And members of City Council, I do have a presentation, and I will try and go through it briefly. And if I'm going too fast or too slow, please let me know. The proposed Building Healthy Communities Wellness District is in a resolution format. It was presented to the Finance, Economic Development, Technology Committee meeting on January 12th. The proposal was put together, and then the subcommittee requested that the city manager review the issues, and we did. We also met with the Building Healthy Coalition on January 26th and provided in writing on February 4th. A second version was provided to us, and we received that on March the 4th. And then a third item was presented to us, and we responded to that because of the continuance. All that information is in the packet. Many of the items are in alignment with the city's strategic plan. We have been working with the group. The primary contact's been Anna Rzua, and it includes issues related to economic development, complete streets, renaming and branding elements of the strategic plan, property transfers or leases, some ways to maintain rents and control rents, event sponsorship issues, very focused on a Latino theme. Bristol Street properties are involved, and also a proposal for Immigrant Affairs Office. So going to the next slide, I will go briefly again. If I'm going too fast, please stop me. They wanted to make sure that we had a very inclusive economic development plan, and that we included the Santa Ana residents, of course, local small businesses, youth and families, and that everybody had an opportunity to support themselves. Our response to that was we do have an economic development plan that was awarded in February 2015. That plan is ongoing. I did meet with individuals to explain that plan and the status thereof. And that plan, of course, would be inclusive and does include businesses, visitors, as well as the retention and attraction of new businesses. Of course, when that plan is completed, it will be brought forward to the City Council. Next page. We, on item 2, they asked that we work with the Orange County Healthcare Agency, local health systems, and nonprofit organizations to do a baseline assessment of the health and wellness indicators. Santa Ana has received good news lately about being a very, very healthy city, one of the healthiest cities in America. And if we do an assessment, we do need to get funding for that. And right now we have a budget process. We're identifying priorities. So as we go through that process, we look for direction on budgeting for that. Item 3 is related to wellness district principles and approaches, creating incentives and eliminating disincentives for local businesses, offering wellness goods and services, creating incentives for business community, long-term provision of good jobs, affordable housing, economic stability. We are doing a lot of work in this area. We've had major events, including the health fair, the 5K, some community events, and we also look for other opportunities, including making sure that our zoning code or ordinances designate business areas and categories. But any financial incentives that the city of Santa Ana provides historically, we've always documented a benefit to both the people that live here and the residents and the job seekers. On item 4, it looks to develop and implement strategies so that Santa Ana residents remain and thrive, and that we would do everything possible to control the cost of living, and to discourage displacement, of course. And the staff response was we do have many efforts to help individuals, including the city housing opportunity ordinance, inclusionary housing, and the strategic plan outlines services to the public, job training, youth programs, buy local Santa Ana. We just had approved the adaptive reuse program, and of course we're looking for educational opportunities with the school districts, and we're focused on providing better educational attainment, which in turn provide better jobs for our residents. Item 5 is to engage a street vendor community, and the staff response is that when we do development projects that have impacts on vendors, we do have a sunshine ordinance that provides meetings and criteria so that the community is advised of those occurrences. Item 6 is to support a resolution establishing La Calle Cuatro as the official and historical name of 4th Street in Santa Ana, and also the designation of Plaza Santa Ana as Plaza Calle Cuatro, affirming the name and brand of La Calle Cuatro and Calle Cuatro Marketplace. The response there is generally in our research, the neighborhoods kind of brand themselves. Downtown Santa Ana has been known as downtown Orange County, where there's county seat. Of course, we do have a process for renaming streets. It goes to the Planning Commission and ultimately the full City Council for its review. So there is a process for renaming streets already existing. Item 7 is to support community organized events and to have a procedure for funding scholarships to cover fees. There's been some discussion about this at the council level and some inquiries from council members. We do have in the budget some funds that we're recommending for community associations that could use it for these types of events. The municipal code does require that we collect the fees related to the cost of the events. And we also cannot control the private parking lot, so that's something that would have to be worked out between the groups and the private sector. Item 8 is to implement infrastructure improvements, and they have a whole list related to walkability, cycling, shopping trips, access to food vendors along 4th Street from Ross to Grand, a street promenade on Sycamore between 4th and 5th, and other wayfinding measures, and organize a robust process for developing the city's capital improvement program. This is something we've been very focused on. We've had several meetings. Our new Public Works Director has done a very good job in outlining to a much greater extent our capital improvement plan, and we'd be happy to do more of that and reach out and get input from the public. And also, we should emphasize that we have hundreds of millions of dollars on unfunded needs, and so that's part of the process going forward. We did present a wayfinding program to the FedTech committee, and that this, we also note on here that we have other programs and funds available for different projects, and we're working very closely on that with state grants and federal funding. On item 9, it talks about the Arts Master Plan and making sure that it is in sync with the Wellness District proposal and it's participatory. And our response, of course, is that we do have an Arts and Cultural Commission that's working very hard at this. The council approved those members, and there's also a plan for a RFP for a master plan. And, of course, that will come to the City of Santa Ana City Council. And we do have design guidelines and development standards and a municipal code that relates to that. But obviously, we look for direction from you all in terms of any changes that you recommend. They're also proposing microfarms, and they list many locations, primarily along Bristol Street. We do have a process for disposing of surplus property, and obviously we'd want to include discussions with the neighborhood. But an important thing to talk about is we do have some farms in our parks, and we have plans for an additional farm, so there might be an opportunity there to deal with the desire for more farms and micro farms. On item 11, the request proposal was to identify property in downtown, including right-of-way, parking facilities in the Grand Central Arts Building to be utilized as Latino Mercadito, with opportunities for vending for Santa Ana artisans, craft makers. And we do own the Grand Central Arts, but that's at least a long-term lease with an educational institution. And then we do have the ability to do special events and permits on a case-by-case basis, and we can work with people in things like Patchwork Festival and the Farmers Market are examples. Mentions item 12, create an immigrant affairs office, and we don't do immigration requests, and we're preempted by the federal government, so we did get back to them on that issue. And then another issue is to establish a community advisory committee for economic development, planning, advisory committee that would include representative stakeholders and be involved in a wide range of issues. And that this would actually be appointed by the City Council, would be subject to the Brown Act. Of course, is that the direction of the City Council. I do want to emphasize that we do have an economic development task force that's done a good job, represented by business owners, and that committee could either be replaced by this committee or another option at the Council's direction. And then there was another request to revisit the scope of work for the Economic Development Strategic Plan. Again, we look for your direction on that. We do have a budget. They're off working already, so we'd have to stop that or amend the plan. But of course, that's something that you can direct us to do. And then on item 15 would be to formalize the Healthy Cities Committee as an advisory group. This is something that's been already been meeting, and they've done some work and help with things like Somos and other events, and so that's at the discretion of the council. And then at the end of the proposal is that once we do get direction, that they would ask that we give a 6-month report on the progress. That concludes my overview, Mayor and members of the council.
Thank you, Ms. City Manager. What I suggest is we have some speakers. I think we should listen to the folks that want to speak. I will remind you, we're not going to take any action tonight, so there's not going to be a vote on anything. And we're limiting comments to 2 minutes, the same way we did the earlier comments. So with that, if you need to speak, I'm just going to call your name, and if you, by a miracle, decide you don't want to speak, just tell us you don't want to speak, and we'll log a vote in that direction, and we'll note that you didn't speak. And if you want to speak, come on down. So the first speaker with an option to speak would be Philip Escobedo, followed by Victor Payan, followed by Sandra Pocha Peña. So, and when I call your name, just please come towards the front so that as soon as I call you, you're here to speak. Please go ahead, Philip.
Thank you, and good evening, Council and Honorable Mayor and officials. And thank you for taking the time to listen to us. I hope my comments aren't taken out of context or misrepresented, because my concerns are about fiscal responsibility, economic policies, and the use of taxpayer money. And with that said, I know it seems the overall goal of a wellness district is to promote health and wellness and our Latino culture, which is, all of those are fantastic things, great things, and I support those. But I got a chance to review the study, and it's good bedtime reading, put you right to sleep. But there are some questionable findings, I thought, on it. Some of the proposals on it that the wellness district should include, a grocery store, pharmacy, restaurants, and immigration services, and toys and musical instruments. So I wasn't sure what toys and musical instruments have to do with health and wellness or with being Latino. In addition, the study claims that by adding these goods and services, we can expect an annual increase of $137 million in additional revenue, and that $137 million will come from disposable income of combined household income of $47,000. But as far as a lot of people can remember, downtown has always provided Latino goods and services, so why had this money never come in before? It kind of tells me that what I call a build it and they will come approach to economics is just not sustainable, and it's unrealistic. Perhaps the next plan group out of Toronto, Canada, kind of miscalculated the actual cost of living here in Southern California. But in the end, I just don't see how these programs would be sustainable without taxpayer subsidies. Year after year, the third, fourth, fifth administration from now, is the spirit going to be there? So I'm just concerned about taxpayer money and thwarting our diverse economy that we're already bringing in. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Philip. Victor, followed by Sandra, followed by Omar de la Riva.
Okay,
Sounds like a movie
hello,
star.
Council. I'm here to unequivocally speak in support of the Wellness Initiative. I'm the director of the OC Film Fiesta. We started here 6 years ago, and our motto, or our mission, is celebrating OC's diversity and Santa Ana's multicultural heritage. In regards to the previous speaker, I think we all know how important music is to wellness. I think we all know how important it is to the Latino community, and I think we all know how much revenue is brought in from markets like Northgate and Food for Less and some of these other businesses. So just to say that I think that the numbers speak for themselves without any economic inlay from the city. I think what we need is opportunity. I'm also a member of the Wellness Corridor Steering Committee. I have been since it started, and I've seen some really great things in terms of asset mapping of all the healthy businesses here, like Fiesta Juice, like all the little people who sell on the carts of healthy options, fruits and whatnot, that you don't have to go to McDonald's or a chain store or get something fried to if you come downtown. And I think that a lot of the new restaurants that are bringing vitality to this community are also Latino owned. And we need to recognize that when we calculate the amount of revenue that's coming into the downtown and the historic character and the potential. I'm kind of concerned, as the previous speaker has spoken, about the racializing of this situation. And I think that those who are using that card owe this community an apology, similarly to how the residents of the Santiago District Lofts apologized for overstepping their bounds when talking about the Depot District. And this is a really good community, hardworking people. I look out on the streets of this city on 4th Street and I see Americans. And when they say that the kids want something that their parents don't anymore, they don't speak for this community. They don't speak for me. I think I want what my parents want. They want an opportunity at a healthy life, at a safe life, and somewhere where they can feel respected. If we transform Santa Ana into something that's alien to the Latino community, then where else in Orange County can these folks go? If not, if this looks like downtown Irvine, and people start to act like they're walking in downtown Irvine, then they've lost pretty much the only place that they can feel safe and welcome in Orange County, period.
Thank you, Victor.
Okay, and I just want
Sandra?
to call your attention to a book called Magical Urbanism, Latinos Reinvent the U.S. Big City by Mike Davis. I'll send you all links. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra, followed by Omar de la Riva. And then Janelle Hardy, if you can come down, you'll be right after Omar.
All right. Thank you, City Council, Mr. Mayor, and our city staff for considering this plan and for making and for hearing our comments. I wanted to address some of the economic stakes here being discussed. 4th Street in the 90s was second only to South Coast Plaza in revenues. Since that time, certain things have been implemented that have really driven away a lot of our Latino population, among them charging for parking. I think you could check in your records. That was a big turning point, and it really led a lot of people away from our downtown. As it is today, Latinos are a $1.7 trillion market in this country. And of these quinceañeras, I know that we've had quinceañera businesses kind of ridiculed and trounced in a lot of the blogs and a lot of comments. Well, I'd like to remind folks, quinceañeras are actually $400 million industry, and that's just on the West Coast. And they're not going away. They're not some tired old thing. They're actually growing, because we all know Disney. We all know Disney's transformed our county, transformed just about every part of entertainment and tourism. And they are an industry leader, right? Disney's very forward-thinking. No one would doubt that. They know what they're doing when they invest it. Well, Disney invested in quinceañeras 3 years ago. Twice a year, they come out with their princess line of $1,000 dresses. They sell out every year. We only have one quinceañera, Disney quinceañera retailer here in Santa Ana. We should bring them to downtown. We should make that a flagship. We should encourage Disney to open their flagship quinceañera store. They also offer all kinds of packages. So our culture is on the rise. Disney wouldn't be investing in this if it wasn't. They wouldn't be making Day of the Dead movies and trying to trademark our holidays if we didn't have a huge financial future. And I just want you all to remember that. All right?
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you very much. Omar, followed by Janelle Hardy, followed by Debbie McEwen.
So like many others, I'm here in support of the wellness resolution. I'm a resident of Santa Ana for 22 years. We've worked with a lot of residents and businesses and many of you in the city council, and we've heard a lot of support for this resolution. I would really like to talk about the Mercadito especially. I think that this would be one of the places that could provide a space for Santa residents to sell their economic goods and to sell arts and crafts and food that would cater to the Hispanic community, but also attract a multi-ethnic and diverse community. I would just want to ask everybody here, or to ask themselves, where else in this county or in this state or in this country could you find a city where Mayan and Tarasco and Mixteco and Nahuatl and many indigenous languages of Mexico are found? Or where else could you find the massive trove of knowledge of such traditional arts like weaving and crocheting and knitting that have been passed down through generations of Hispanic immigration here in the city? Or even find the food that we have here. We have food from Michoacán, Oaxaca, Mexico City, the small towns in Puebla, Sinaloa, Jalisco, pupuserias, along with all the new restaurants that have opened. So why not highlight this, right? Why not give a space to the wonderful experience of the communities that we've had? And something like this market would give us the ability to showcase what our community is made of, right? It would be a beacon of economic opportunity for our residents, and it could be an incredible destination if we keep it legitimate and if we keep it pure. I would just like to challenge all of you and to take heed of this amazing opportunity that we find with this resolution, to be able to really highlight and to secure what makes Santa Ana really special. Whether you identify with this culture or not, or whether you're a visitor from another city, or someone who just simply wasn't able to connect with their culture or their roots when they were younger, I think that this still a wonderful opportunity to ensure that this happens in Santa Ana for future generations. As a city with over 80% Hispanic population, I think, and most of them immigrants, and a level of economic hardship that can be kind of high, I think it's our duty, or is your duty, and all of us as a community, to provide a place where a community can succeed economically. So we would like you to facilitate the finding of a public or private space in downtown for the Mercado. And lastly, I would just like to say that some people here today, or some others, have said that
Thank
this
you,
is
Omar.
a racist or something
Thank you.
exclusive, and we welcome everybody.
Thank you. Janelle, followed by Debbie McEwen.
Good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and council members. My name's Janelle Hardy, and I live in Hettinger Park neighborhood. It's come to my attention that the Latino Downtown Revival scenario aspect of the Wellness District proposal creates an overlay that goes well into Hettinger Park neighborhood. Neighborhoods south of First Street, including Hettinger Park neighborhood, have their own individual identities and are likely to conflict with the type of redistricting, funding, or implications of a Latino downtown revival scenario. Also, revival efforts for historical Hettinger Park neighborhood are not likely to benefit from the overlay of a Latino downtown revival scenario. The creation of any downtown revival scenario should not overflow into the neighborhoods, regardless of independent studies or a need for supporting numbers. I'm asking that you support that the Latino downtown revival scenario area not be revised, area be revised and not limited, be revised and limited to north of First Street, or at least be revised to leave outside the area historical Hettinger Park neighborhood. If you have any questions, you can contact me. Thank you.
Thank you, Janelle. Debbie, are you here? Debbie McEwen? If Debbie's not here, Dave Hohen, followed by Evan Miles.
Two minutes, huh? I didn't wear my suit for nothing, so I'm going to read this as fast as I can. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and city staff. Dave Hohen, longtime resident of Santa Ana. I read the entire Next Practice report, and although I disagree with some of their assumptions and conclusions, I can't figure out how this resolution was based on this report. There are some aspects of the resolution that aren't based on the report, and there are important aspects in the report that aren't in the resolution. Look, we all agree in the importance of wellness, the importance of healthy lifestyles. But having read some of the literature and having observed some of the folks behind this resolution, some of the aspects of this resolution won't do anything to improve wellness or healthy living. Wellness and healthy living isn't achieved through legislation. Wellness and healthy living is achieved through education, such as the group that was honored earlier tonight. I know you all remember the newspaper article around a dozen years ago declaring our downtown as a ghost town. I know you remember that. That is no longer true. Today our downtown is the most diverse it has ever been, perhaps the most diverse in all of California. And yes, a large percentage is still Latino, but it is no longer 100% Latino as it was 20 years ago. People from throughout Orange County want to be in our downtown, and that's a good thing we all can be proud of. I agree with staff's response to this resolution. Let's keep the progress going. Let's continue the education process of wellness and healthy living. The free market system will support us. Thank you. And the yellow light.
Thank you, Dave. You did it in less than 2 minutes, and you did a good job. Thank you.
Can I BS for a while?
Thank you. Thank you. Evan Miles, followed by James Kendrick. James, I think you're up.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Dave's the best man. I tell you, you hired the right guy. This man comes by and checks up on downtown through me. He's a regular at my shop. Anyway, I'm all for the Wellness Center. Michelle, all of you should be proud. The Senior Center, you have a new gymnasium there. The Garfield Community Center, the Latino Health Access Playground and Community Center on East 4th Street. I'm all for the wellness. But many times in the past, when many of you guys were coming up through the ranks, I talked about the mosaic culture of Central Orange County, and I still talk about it today, whether it's Latino, and with Latino, that's a big word. Right around me, I have Venezuelan, El Salvadoran, I now have a Mediterranean, I have a Peruvian restaurant. The Latino culture is bigger than that, but you can't forget the other cultures that were here first. Yesterday in my walk, I was walking along 5th Street, and in the brushes I pulled back, there's a plaque. 1869, William Spurgeon purchased 74.5 acres from 1st Street to 17th, Bush Street to Broadway, and laid out a township on what was Rancho de Santa Ana, called Santa Ana. And he named it after St. Anne. And we should still be proud of that today, whether you're white, Latino, black, purple people eater, I don't really care. This city has history and pride. And here we go again. Economics will drive what's happening downtown. All of you up there are reaping the benefits of this art, another art form, and that is the culinary arts. And other things are following of that. So here we go again. People are trying to separate the diverse culture we have downtown. In 4 years, this city will be celebrating its 150th anniversary. And I'm asking for us to, by then, can we all really be together? Can someone please clean up the sycamore tree and the plaque around on 5th Street? It's growing over with weeds. Anyway.
Thank you, Jim.
I think you'll make the right decision when it comes.
Thank you. Tim Rush, followed by Irma Howdegi. Irma had to leave. Sean Coolidge. Sean doesn't leave. He's there. He's getting ready for the next farmer's market, right?
Every Thursday, 4 to 8 p.m.
4 to 8 p.m. on Thursday.
Thank you very much for the shout out. Staff, council, mayor, thank you very much for having me tonight. Let me tell you, it is hard enough to grow a mustache, live at the Santiago Street Lofts, or even have a civil discussion about what's going on in downtown Santa Ana without somebody having an opinion about you or labeling you a gentrifier, hipster, a bro, a bigot, racist. But I'm not here to talk about that label. I'm here to talk about one of the labels in the work study, and it's the proposal to rebrand or brand 4th Street Calle Cuatro. And to that I say yes. It's a dual recognition that personifies what's happening in downtown Santa Ana right now. Downtown Santa Ana is this amazing amalgamation of multicultural. It's people coming together and realizing that together we're better, together we're stronger. And I really like that idea. I wouldn't say just call it Calle Cuatro, but maybe like a slash, hyphen. I was talking to a girl, Ann, outside. She said, just put it underneath the street sign. I said, side by side, as we should be. So that's my idea on that. The other topic I'd like to talk about is that Latino market in the downtown. And to that I say, what about us at the Santiago Street Lofts? We've been there 9 years, and I still have nowhere to spend my money. And that's a great destination. It's right off the freeway. There's buses that go there. There's trains that stop off, and it totally reminds me of a potential Olvera Street. I actually pitched that to Karen Haluza before she left, and I hope she considered it. But hey, Mercadito at the Depot. It just has like a nice ring to that. But there's a lot of Latino history at Logan, and I don't want to say take the Latino culture out of downtown or take away from the discussion, but I think that's an asset, and I know the cities are looking to explore, doing opportunities at the Depot, so I think that's a great benefit. And I'm just going to wrap up really quick. I want to say thank you for reappointing Phil Becerra. I think he's a great asset to our community. I'd love to thank all the staff and volunteers at the Downtown Santa Ana Farmers Market. We just celebrated our 1-year anniversary. Whew, we made it. And just want to let you know that we now qualify what's called for market match. So if you have EBT, like you have $10 EBT, it's $20 EBT. So it's just part of doing awesome things for downtown Santa Ana. So thank you guys. Have a good night. Take care.
Thank you. Ana Ursula, I believe, Equity for All. And then Abel Ruiz, also with equity for all.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff. I'm here just to remind you of a tremendous opportunity you have to strike an important balance in the downtown. What better opportunity than to take pride in what Santa Ana already does best? Wanted to mention that livability.com has placed Santa Ana as number 7 on the top 10 countries. Livability.com has placed Santa Ana as number 7 of the country's top 10 healthiest cities. Santa Ana is home to a downtown farmers market, some of the best restaurants in the nation, several learning gardens in our schools, and some of the best community events downtown. In acknowledging our strengths, we cannot turn a blind eye to very relevant challenges. Changes in the downtown have left people uneasy and uncertain of their fate, some feeling vulnerable to displacement. Health disparities are still true today, and it continues to be a challenge sometimes to have participation on city task forces. But all people deserve to reap the benefits of growth and development, and that's where you come in. With public policy, we begin to reduce the gap in health disparities. With this Wellness District resolution, you have a solid strategy to create a stronger economy and a destination where everyone is included and everyone thrives. If Central Santa Ana residents were to spend $300 of what they already spend elsewhere, just $300 of what they already spend elsewhere a year in the downtown, we would be well on our way to bringing in $137 million per year. I'll say it one more time, $300 of what they already spend, Central Santa Ana residents, they already spend it somewhere. If they spend it downtown on health and wellness, we would be well on our way to $137 million per year. This is one of the findings of a downtown market study analysis. If Central Santa Ana residents identify with the name Calle Cuatro and it helps them get downtown, could we then encourage them to stay and buy more? Would this not be good for the entire city? I'd like to end by saying that this has been a tremendous experience to work with Santa Ana youth and adults and some of the most committed organizations, and it has been a really good opportunity to work with you and to be a steward of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Abel Ruiz, followed by America Bracho, followed by Claudia Arellanes.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council members and city staff and people of Santa Ana. I'm here to touch on, contribute to the manager's overview of the resolution and maybe touch and contribute to some additional ideas. The community through the coalition composed of Santa Ana residents, community organizations, and local businesses are asking the city to establish a downtown wellness district strategy. This strategy will be based upon the further development of a differentiated, distinctly Latino district within downtown as a retail and activities destination that serves the customer loyalties of Central Santa Ana residents and other historically underserved resident communities, while remaining inclusive of commuting, visiting, and newly settling populations. The resolution calls the city to implement wellness policies in planning and development that create opportunities for Santa Ana residents, local businesses, workers, youth, and families, because all people deserve to reap the benefits of growth and development. The resolution calls for increased activity in the downtown through culturally relevant programming, increased public use of public spaces, and infrastructure improvements. Jeff's report tells us that by design, we can draw more people to downtown by fomenting programmatic anchors, including the acknowledgement of 4th Street as La Calle Cuatro, as it has been historically referred, and supporting community-led events that promote health, wellness, and culture. The resolution calls the city to establish anchor community serving sites in and surrounding the downtown area, identify a city-owned lot. This community-operated microfarm pilot project will serve as locus for community building, access to locally grown nutrient-rich food, which here in Santa Ana, being a food desert that it is a much-needed issue to be addressed. It will create employment opportunities. It will be an opportunity for the public to connect with the earth and each other.
Thank you, Abel.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
America, followed by Claudia, followed by Socorro Sarmiento.
Good evening, Mayor Pulido and City Council members. My name is America Bracho, and I am the CEO of Latino Health Access. For 22 years, we have been working in the city of Santa Ana. We have brought more than $60 million in programs for the people of Santa Ana. We offer 70 jobs in my organization, and 2/3 of our employees work and live in this city. We are property owners. Every day, our team is in the streets educating and connecting people with services. We know firsthand what poverty is doing to our communities. We have witnesses for all of this year the lack of investment from the city of Santa Ana in many of the most needed neighborhoods. Lack of economic opportunities for our families, translating parents working countless hours to just provide the minimum. The last report on the conditions of children says that in Orange County, if you earn minimum wage, you will need to work 120 hours per week to afford one-bedroom apartment. It also says that poverty among children, particularly in Santa Ana, has increased. 10 years ago, Orange County had 3,000 homeless children, and today it has 30,000 homeless children, the majority of them in Santa Ana. So what happened with the health of individuals that work 3 jobs, or kids that do not get to see their parents so they can have a place to sleep? What happened with their mental health, knowing that they might not have where to live tomorrow, that they cannot play sports because they cannot afford it, or that they cannot play outside because it's not safe, or they don't have a space to do it? The city of Santa Ana needs economic development. We know that, and we are glad the city recognized that. We are here tonight in support of the Wellness District resolution that calls for the creation of an Economic Development Advisory Committee that includes representatives from the families in these low-income neighborhoods, the ones struggling for jobs and living in poverty, not just business owners. These families need to be included so their interests can be represented at the table where decisions are being made. Why is this important? I want to remind you that our downtown in Santa Ana is located in the 92701 zip code. The 92701 zip code is the second poorest in Orange County. Our downtown is in the poorest zip code in this county. Santa Ana have had many economic development initiatives, but the families living in poverty and living in this zip code, those low-income families and their neighborhoods have not benefited from the growth and development.
Thank you,
We
America.
believe that only with true representation in this process, it can be fair and the priorities can be at the table
Thank
for the
you.
right for economic prosperity. I also want to give you, Mayor, 46 endorsement letters from 46 organizations in support of the Wellness District
Thank you.
resolution.
Thank you. Thank you. Claudia, followed by Socorro, and after that, Sheila Juarez.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is Claudia Arellanes, and I have been in business and property owner on 4th Street for 26 years. I am also currently the Secretary of Santa Ana Business Council. We need a downtown where we all belong. We must start by acknowledging our existing majority population of Latino 80% residents and celebrate that as a strength in Santa Ana. It is the Latino district of Orange County, and it is the city with more Latinos in Orange County. Yes, we are a multicultural district. Downtown merchants and property owners are from all races and colors: Koreans, Arabs, Hindus, Anglos, Central and South Americans, Mexicans, first, second, and third generation, Africans, Chinese, Iranians, and Irish, among others. And the legacy and contributions of Latino businesses are part of that multiculturalism. We all knew when we decided to invest in downtown Santa Ana what does our surrounding community looks like and the customer base we were going to have on a daily basis, the community we were going to serve. It has not changed. It remains, and it's going stronger. By having an identity, we can attract more people from other neighborhoods, cities, and countries to explore the flavor of this unique downtown while meeting the demand of the locals. LA County already recognizes the Asian community in Monterey Park, Little Tokyo in downtown LA, Plaza Mexico in Linwood, which, by the way, it's owned by a Korean businessman. Orange County recognizes Koreantown in Garden Grove, Little Saigon in Westminster, Little Arabia in Anaheim, Little India in Buena Park. Why can we have Calle Cuatro spelled underneath 4th Street? Why is it important to view and perceive Calle Cuatro as a destination place, as a multicultural downtown that unifies all people, where we all shop, spare culture, food, and entertainment, where we buy and receive services. Calle Cuatro unifies all cultures. It is an economic stimulant. We all should not be timid to embrace our culture. Our downtown is becoming balanced, both trendy and affordable for all. Mr. Benavides said that, especially for our surrounding neighborhood.
Thank you.
As we do all this work for economic development in our city, it is important to recognize that all people deserve to reap the benefits of growth and development. I would like to submit 54 endorsements from businesses within the Latino district in support of the wellness resolution.
Thank you, Socorro. And then Shaila Juarez. And then Terry Sadak.
Good evening. Well, my name is Socorro Torres Sarmiento, a resident of Santana for the last 35 years. You won't believe it, right? I have a PhD in anthropology, and I teach at the School of Medicine at UCI and at the College of Art and Design in Laguna Beach. I'm the co-founder of Centro Cultural de Mexico. During the last 20 years, people at El Centro have enjoyed and struggled to create a space that represents the majority of the population in Santana, low-income, immigrant, working families. I can give you interesting stories of the great success of the Centro's work, but I will use Noche de Altares just as a good example. According to media, not less than 40,000 people have attended the event almost each year. An important reason for this success is that Noche de Altares has been inclusive, not exclusive, able to attract people, families from other cities.
Can you just move just an inch away from the mic?
Like
Right,
that?
it'll sound better, yes, please.
From Los Angeles and Long Beach. I asked my students and they from Laguna Beach, and then they told me that they come to the celebration every year, and that this is one of their favorite events. Santana has become destination for people that come to enjoy and know more about this Mexican tradition. Recognizing the event as Noche de Altares in Spanish, the original name of this celebration. The spiritual character of this celebration moves a lot of people because it represents the love and respect.
Thank you, Socorro.
Oh, no. Shoo. Okay.
Thank you, though.
Next time.
Gracias. Shaila Juarez. And then Terry Sadak.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff, and Santa Ana residents. My name is Shaila Juarez, and I am 13 years old. I am a Santa Ana resident, student from Sierra Preparatory Academy, and I'm here tonight to speak in support for the Wellness District. As a youth, I have never learned much about my culture until I started working with the community through community gardens. For my need to connect with my parents' culture, I joined the Santa Ana Compost Action Team, where I was taught a common interest with my mom, gardening. With my hands in the dirt and my mom by my side, I feel found. I believe that we are all looking for something, somewhere where we belong, especially young adults in Santa Ana who are trying to learn about their roots. We should have healthy spaces in Santa Ana where everyone could participate and find themselves. We are asking for healthy spaces like microfarms, where youth, families, visitors, tourists, and Santa Ana residents could all participate in choosing the healthy alternative. Having microfarms would give us accessibility to locally grown fruits and vegetables, and it would also provide job opportunities. If the city could provide these spaces, I think the youth and adults would be eager to be part of this because places such as these are a part of our culture, and they can provide us with economic power. We have worked with you and have heard your support for identifying sites in Santa Ana for a pilot of our very first microfarm, and we are ready and excited for it. All people deserve to reap the benefits of growth and development. The Santa Ana Wellness District could help us bring healthy, inclusive cultural spaces to downtown Santa Ana. I would now like to present almost 2,000 endorsement letters signed by the community of Santa Ana that live, go to school, work, worship, or shop in Santa Ana.
Thank you. Terry Sadak, followed by Dylan Thompson.
Good evening. Tonight I'm speaking in support of the resolution of the Wellness District in downtown Santa Ana. I wanted to share my experiences on why I love living here. I didn't grow up here, but first started coming to Santa Ana for high school, where I attended Mater Dei. Little by little, I was introduced to the many treasures that surrounded my school: El Centro Cultural de Mexico, Calle 4, and others. These things in particular, maybe more than just my high school experience, have had a huge impact on my life. I learned the importance of being active in my community, decided I wanted to learn Spanish and did, and was exposed to the Latino culture, which I knew very little about. I later moved to San Francisco, where I studied international studies and Latin American studies. After graduation, I moved to Guatemala, where for over 3 years I worked in small communities, an experience that I loved and found very difficult to leave. When I was deciding whether to stay longer in Guate or return home to be closer to my family, I really struggled with the idea of moving back to the U.S., where in a large city, people are often disconnected to their surroundings. Consumerism is strong, and the priority on community is often lost. My job offer, however, was in Santa Ana, and Santa Ana is different. Unlike the rest of the OC, Santa Ana not only maintains a cultural identity, but also builds community through shared spaces like El Centro and the downtown area. Especially as a gringa that has many experiences of being an outsider, I have always felt a part of the community here. People greet you on the street, I run into folks I know, and I feel that not only do I benefit so much from living here, but that I am also able to contribute. After 3 years of moving to Santa Ana, I am still happy with my decision. Santa Ana is full of so many amazing talents and treasures, and further developments in our community must include and recognize the people that make it so unique.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you. Dylan, followed by Thomas Anthony Gordon, and then Marco Serafino. Please go ahead, Dylan.
Hello, everyone. I just quickly want to state that I'm in support of this resolution, and just not to restate too many things people said already. I believe this is a proactive thing. It's inclusive, and that will be my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Anthony Gordon, and then Marco Serafino will be the last speaker.
Good evening. You know, I don't know how many of you have read the 100-page document in front of you, all of it. Key point throughout the document over and over again, safety is a key issue for local residents. Several interviewees described the homeless individuals in parks as reducing their sense of safety. Interviewees were frustrated when parks and fitness facilities were not clean or well maintained, or when parks were used as gathering places for homeless individuals and drug users. It goes on and on and on and on. Maybe people aren't coming to downtown because you are not providing a sense of safety and security. Maybe the lights aren't bright enough. Maybe the corridors aren't well marked. Maybe those are some of the issues that you guys should be looking at. I'm sure you've all seen some of the emails I've been sending lately about the amount of graffiti that's all over the place, everywhere, constantly, and the outstanding job that we're doing removing it, according to city staff. According to the Building Healthy Communities website, it says right on here, it says that The downtown is already selling more than 4 times more wellness goods and services than any other city in Orange County. That's fantastic, and I hope we can turn it to 8 times more. But to do that, we need to do certain things. Read this. Ask yourself if you're doing any of that. The city manager himself mentioned tonight we have hundreds of millions of dollars in unfunded liabilities. We need park things, we need streets, we need sidewalks. There's huge sections of sidewalks missing all over town. How do people traverse to downtown to buy stuff, to spend money when we're missing sidewalks, when lights are out all over town? All over town. People don't feel safe. That's why people aren't going out. That's why people don't go down there. The opportunities are there. The market match that Sean brought up tonight is a great thing. They talked about that in here, that people don't shop at the farmer's market because it's too expensive, but now you can get stuff at half price. You spend $10, you get $10. You spend $20, you get $20. Fantastic opportunities. Let's start cherry picking. These are just words, hollow words, that if we don't act upon them, they're words. Let's turn them into actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Marco Serafino.
Hi everyone, my name is Marco Antonio Seferino. I'm part of groups and organizations. I confused because somebody sent the resolution to my organization, but I don't know who is the liar, if it's you or my organization, because I read the presentation of Cavazos and I don't see nothing about the resolution in my organization. Because I blocked for 2 months or more, and my organization hate me for that, but I don't care. I'm a Christian, and I see things wrong, because my faith in God say, okay, you don't have to participate in this or that. So, but I don't know why these people write something about La Virgen de Guadalupe, Christmas, and some things, because write something about the homosexualism and lesbianism, and I say, okay, I love the lesbian people, but I don't love the lesbianism. I love the homosexual people, but I don't love the homosexual. So I don't know who is lying, believe me, because in the end of in this resolution, when I read it, say, okay, if this pass, you have to go with 4 organizations. If you want to make something for your group, to your church, you have to go to these organizations. In the name of these organizations is in the end of this resolution, but I don't see the name of this organization in this presentation, so I don't know what happened, no? So, I know you are the governors of this city, but you have to govern with fear of God. Don't fear about go to re-elect for the next time. So think about it, and if you listen the voice, don't participate in the resolution, believe me, it's God, because
Thank
God
you,
is not lying.
Serafino.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that was the last speaker, and now what I would do is bring it back to council. I know we're not going to take any action tonight. We can wrap it up, or if folks want to make some comment, we can make a brief comment, and then let's go on to
I'm
other
going to comment
items.
a little bit.
Please
but
go ahead.
I'm going to let someone else comment. I just wanted to apologize to our residents who had to hear someone say that they love homosexuals but don't like homosexuals. I don't understand what that had to do with any of this discussion here. This is a city that's inclusive of everybody.
Thank you. So with that, any comments by anybody? Councilor David Benavides, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Want to thank both staff for working with members of the committee, Building Health Communities Initiative, and the Wellness Corridor Coalition. There's been a lot of work on both sides. I think one of the things that's been a neat thing to see here is that there's been a lot of dialogue, a lot of exchange, and really what I see here is anytime that we're able to build bridges, that we're able to bring folks together, I think that's a positive thing. I think that's a good thing. And I've seen that there's been some work and even potentially some compromise here from where things were initially proposed and the idea and concept came up to where we are tonight. And I want to just zero in. There's a lot that we can comment on, but I want to zero in on a few things. I've been a part of a couple of meetings, got some feedback, and read through the resolution, what's been proposed. I also want to make sure to point out, just thank everybody who did come out to speak and to on both sides, in both positions. Within what was proposed, something I want to zero in on 4 points. One is there is discussion about economic development and the Wellness District contributing to just the overall economic well-being of our community. Currently, we do have a business-focused task force, and with the nature of a task force, it typically would have a sunset. It's for a time certain. The issue and need of economic development is something that's longer, more of a long-term issue and long-term really opportunity that we have as a city. So something I would encourage us to think about and consider is to be able to, in addition to what we currently have, where we do have businesses that are more focused on issues such as the planning counter and fees and such, that we would be able to focus on bringing together an economic development advisory committee of some sort that would be composed of both some business, local, smaller businesses, but also some residents and other community groups or that would have interest to be able to give some input to council on issues that they see that would be more also just a broader, not only just the downtown, but broader throughout the city. Just be able to provide some input around that. There was some discussion around micro farms. And I think it's a positive thing. As the city manager mentioned, we do have a couple of learning gardens, currently one at Jerome, one I know that over in Madison Park, and I think that there's interest in continuing to develop those throughout the city. There are some parcels that I think are out there that we could potentially consider to have a pilot program. There are some remnant parcels along the Bristol widening, for example, that are on the other side, on the residential side of the sound walls, that are too small to develop for housing, that might be opportunities for us to consider being able to pilot something that would just continue to move the idea of urban gardens and organic produce as well that would be homegrown as an opportunity. Along the idea of the mercadito concept, that's something that there is a movement, a lot of activity around the downtown. We recently opened the 4th Street Market. We have the Farmers Market that's currently in place on Thursday nights. The idea of the mercadito concept is something that, as I was shared with me, it was sort of reminiscent. It took me back to when I would visit family in Mexico, and my aunt taking us out to be able to buy fresh produce for what she would be cooking that night. And so it was something that I think would be of benefit if we do continue to move forward with the idea of micro farms, where local folks would be able to potentially sell at the farmers market, but also look at an opportunity to be able to have both local grown produce and arts and crafts. One of our residents from the Santiago Lofts actually pointed out that idea of the what do you call it, the mercadito at the depot, which was a neat idea. And in fact, we do have a concept for a housing development that's going to take place there, going to be developed there at the northeast side, I think, there of the intersection of Santiago and Santa Ana Boulevard. Similar to the idea when we approved the Station District, where we set aside some retail, which currently is Café con Leche. We also talked about including some retail space at that intersection, at that project, housing development near Logan. So it would be an interesting idea to either consider there or just be a part of identifying something that would again complement, not compete with, but complement and be a bridge with what's taking place in the downtown. The idea of Calle Cuatro, again, I understand the some of the hesitation and concern that some folks have had and expressed. If ever we're going to support something or get behind something that's exclusive and that's divisive, I think that that's counterproductive. However, we can't neglect the fact that the Latino community has contributed a lot to our community as part of our culture. And initially, I think there was the idea of this concept of renaming, which I think it sort of negates maybe what's there and wants to change it for something else. But as the comments that were expressed today, is if we look at it as an idea of complementing and adding to and celebrating and recognizing the contributions of a community, I think that again could be seen more as a bridge building opportunity. So what I would propose for us to consider, and some of the feedback that some of the coalition members suggested, one is that the plaza that's currently at 4th and French, potentially considering marking that as a Calle Cuatro Plaza. We have an arts commission. There's a blank wall there at the city-owned parking lot that backs that plaza. Potentially looking at the arts commission identifying potential public art to be able to celebrate part of that history. We're also going through the process of considering signage for the downtown, wayfinding, and potentially other signage. We have the opportunity, as we consider that, to potentially bring in historical signs, similar to what we've seen in some other historical districts throughout the city. And if we were to consider a sub-name, if you will, to keeping the 4th Street name of the city, but potentially including a Calle Cuatro, as one of our speakers mentioned, where it was memorialized the contributions of a community, the Latino community in particular. Those are just a few of the things, feedback that I'd like to give for us to consider.
Thank you. Additional thought, Councilor Amezcua?
First of all, I'd like to thank staff and the group for bringing up this resolution before us tonight. And I do have to say there are a lot of items on it, and I love the idea of a mercadito and selling arts and crafts, fresh fruits and vegetables, foods. The Calle Cuatro, I love the idea of contemplating putting it side by side, as one of the speakers mentioned earlier. That's where it should be, maybe side by side. There's a lot of things that I think we still need to hash out, and that's why this is only a work study session. But there are so many things on here that I think pretty soon we'll be ready to move forward on.
Thank you. Roman Reina, please.
There's echoing similar comments of my colleagues. There's definitely some issues in here that I support. There's definitely some issues in here that I have some concerns with. But I think first and foremost, we put together a strategic plan that came up with X amount of priorities. And I don't think this body has had the opportunity to prioritize our priorities. I think there's a retreat coming up that we're going to have that conversation. Regardless of whatever program or activity we put out there, it's going to cost staff time, energy, resources, and dollars. And I think there's other opportunities right now that will be able to have a ripple effect of a lot of the challenges that we're talking about. One of my preferences would be is to move in a different direction. When I born and raised here in the city of Santa Ana, when I graduated high school in '88, there was roughly a 50% dropout rate. The last year I served on the school board, there was roughly a 50% graduation rate. In nearly 30 years, what has changed? We continue to put Band-Aids on different situations. I think is an opportunity right now for us to really address the issue. And I think we would all agree that to have a sustained change in a particular community, we need to have a presence there. And to have that presence, that foundation, we're able to create sustained change. Every part of the city is a little bit different than its neighbors. The strengths that it has, the asset mapping that is available for that particular area is different from the others. Now imagine right now we have a school board that is open to the idea of a joint use program, a universal joint use, so that we would be able to program all of our city facilities, all of our school district facilities till 9 p.m. We would be able to give ROP classes, ESL classes, entrepreneurship training, tutoring, and everything else that we're talking about in the immediate area that we're talking about. It's going to take time and energy. It's going to take resources. And I think if we're going to prioritize something in our community, we really should take a look at where we're going to get the most bang for our buck. Where are we going to put Band-Aids at, but where really are we going to roll up our sleeves and work on a foundation? I think this board that we have collectively wants to move in that direction of working closely with our school board. I think the school board, and first time in years, has been willing to have the conversation of joint use activities. Not one school or the other school, but universal, across the board. 20 years from now, we'll be able to say we made a historic decision on joining these two biggest entities to create sustained change in our community. I truly think that we need to resolve our challenges where they start at and not put Band-Aids. I think a universal joint use would move in that direction. I hope that at our upcoming retreat that we put some priorities, whether it be this priority or any other priority, but we need to have that discussion first and foremost. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me now go to the right who would like to begin.
I'm going to go last. I'm trying to get everybody's input so that I can go ahead and make a recommendation.
Sal, you want to go?
Roman, you give what
I read over the resolution. I do believe we have to go back and take a look at some of the verbiage on it to be, if you want to be truly inclusive, I think there has to be other people that come to the table that are directly affected by it to truly be inclusive. We can't say let's be inclusive but only put one segment of the population in this drafting of the resolution. So I think it's good that it's coming to us so that we can take a look at it. The micro farms, I like that concept. I think it's something that people are starting to move towards. I don't know if you remember a couple years back, we had a chicken ordinance because people want their fresh eggs with their own chickens. People are starting to do that. They're saying, hey, I don't want to go to the grocery store. I want my own eggs in my own backyard here. So this concept is not a foreign concept. It's a concept that's starting to be practiced around a lot of urban areas. What I do say is this, though. I am not, nor have I ever been, in favor of giving a developer a break and giving them special waiving fees for building permits or anything like that. I do believe that if individuals are going to partake, there has to be a fair market rate to participate in work that land. I don't think any of us up here are in a position to give away anything for free. I think that the residents that have come today have a lot of zest, a lot of gusto, and I think fundraising and using the revenue that comes from those micro farms would help sustain that. So I do believe it's a good thing. One of the items that I'll be asking is that we look at a pilot program somewhere that has enough acreage where we can do that, but there has to be payment for that, just like anybody else. But I do believe that with that, you can show success. I always, as an educator, I remember when I said 14, 15 years ago, I want to start a speech team, and the principal at the time said, I'll give you one class, and let me see what you can do with one class. We now have 4. And it's because you give me a little bit, it's a pilot, you run with it, you show what you can do, and I think that's something that the community can demonstrate here. Calle Cuatro, I'm okay with putting Calle Cuatro under 4th Street. It already says 4th Street, but putting Calle Cuatro, you see that sometimes in Garden Grove and Little Saigon area. They have that in there. The reason why I do support that is because I do believe that as a history teacher, you also have to connect with the history of the location. And I think 4th Street, people around the county know this is 4th Street, but it's also important to have Calle Cuatro under there because as people say, and kids will ask you those questions, hey, Papi, why does it say, why do did they translate it because they're trying to just be inclusive to everybody? You can say, no, my brother, they translated it because this is what the history of Santa Ana used to be. And you can talk about it. It's an educational portion of it that you can talk about. Advisory committee. I'm going to jump to the advisory committee. I always get concerned about having a big, giant committee because the reality is, let me just lay it out for you. All of us up here ran a campaign. We ran a very vigorous campaign. We worked very hard to knock on doors, to tell people what we believed in so that we can go ahead and get elected. Now, people like myself, Mr. Mayor, I know Mr. Mayor is looking at me like, you didn't run a hard campaign. That's because I'm cool and people know T. But the reality is that we have worked to get in here. And your work demonstrates that. And I need to be serious here, is that if we're going to have some type of an advisory committee, I really think that the council needs to decide what type of advisory committee we should have if we're going to go that route, and condense it and make sure that it's inclusive, that everyone is a part of it, especially our business owners in that area. Finally, oh Lord, I'm 43 years old. I know you're probably thinking, that can't be, Sal. You look more like 28. I realize that. But I'm 43 years old, and I grew up here. This is all I've known. I grew up in a neighborhood where we were one of 3 Latino families in the neighborhood, and that was over on the West End. We used to go to the movies to the Yost and the West, or as my mom used to say, El West or El Yost, right? That's what we used to do. We watched Cantinflas there. We watched La India Maria over there. Great memories that I have. It's nice to see that the building is still there, and I get to tell those stories. So I've lived here. I've seen Santa Ana through its worst days, and I've seen Santa Ana through its days where it's starting to recover and really build upon the work that has been done by many people in this community. But my whole life, ladies and gentlemen, whenever I told people I lived in Santa Ana, they'd say, what? Like, because you chose to? You bought a house there? Did they give you an incentive? No, I bought the house. My brother, who I love dearly, lives in Santa Margarita, the little heathen, right? Because he has a different paradigm. He said, hey, when I make my money, I got to go. And I was never that kind of person. I said, I want to give back to my community. I want my community to have the voice that I never had. And many of you don't know, especially young people, there used to be a time where you were completely shunned at this council chamber, where if you were a son of an immigrant or an immigrant, you weren't valued. Your voice was not heard. Times have changed. But along with that, I tell you this. As I stated earlier, I've never heard people say positive things about our city until last year. For the first time, I was starting to hear people outside of the city say, oh, Santa Ana downtown, that's a great place. They've got great restaurants, I'm going there. Oh my God, I had one parent at Fullerton who told me, Sal, I live in downtown Santa Ana. The playground is where I'm at. She wants this little black VIP card. I don't know what that's all about. But anyway, she wanted this black VIP card. She was all excited about it because she got it in the mail, because she's a regular. And so she loves it there. But here's the other thing. I went to the Anaheim, what is it called, that loft, or that food court? The packing house. I went to the Anaheim packing house, and I went, this is cute. This is cute. This works. Then my brother, the Santa Margarita guy that lives down south, said, hey, Sal, have you been to your marketplace? Your 4th Street Marketplace? And I said, no. And he posted up on Facebook, this place is awesome. And he says, dude, you guys are really doing some amazing things down here. He says, I love this place. So I had to go. So I took my wife out for her birthday at the playground. It's not like I'm making a plug for the playground, but I'm not. It's just that's where I was. I was at the playground, and I went to the marketplace, the 4th Street Marketplace. It's better than the Anaheim packing house. It's better. It's not even close. Because investors have invested in the city of Santa Ana, and now we're starting to get that tax revenue. I did some research to see how much money, tax revenue is coming in. Before the recession hit, the tax dollars that at the high end that the downtown was bringing was about $64 million. Today, as of July 2014, it's $79 million. I heard America Bracho come up here and talk about health and wellness and all of that. How do we get that to the rest of our community if we don't have a tax base to do it? By having success with our businesses in the downtown, they bring in revenue. That revenue is then used to help the greater good. Councilmember Reyna is talking about not just a wellness district here, he's talking about joint use so that parks and schools are open to our community on the weekends. How do we do that? We do it by investing in maybe some lights, some bleachers, a field. We can't do that if we don't have money. For the first time in our history, we have money. For the first time in my history, people are saying, I love coming to your city. What a great job you guys are doing there. So we have to be very, very careful that when you have a fire and it's burning bright and it's warming up, that you don't put a blanket over it and extinguish it. Because there was a day, and you've heard the story before, where South Coast Plaza was supposed to be over here. There was a day when Disney was supposed to be over here. I wish I could see those council members and pick them up and slam them. Because they hurt our community by letting tax dollars go elsewhere. Let me tell you something. We're in competition with other cities. If you don't think other cities are developing their downtown, guess again. This is the wave of the future, and other cities are beginning to develop it. And we have a choice today to keep on course, continue to thrive, or be another story of what could have, should have, would have. And that's what I'm not going to do, because we have to have a balance. There is a place for those things that you all have talked about today, but we have to do it in a way where we don't hurt the positive things that are happening in our community. I'm going to end with this. Never, ever in my wildest dreams did I ever think that we would see rainbow flags in our downtown and that we would have a gay pride parade in our downtown. Never did I think that we would have the kind of diversity that we have in our down, where people from all over the place are coming. The Real Housewives of Orange County came over here. I don't care. You know what, Michelle, you can't interrupt me. The reality is this, is that I don't care if it's something you like or something you don't like. The fact of the matter is they're coming to Santa Ana, and that should always be a source of pride, regardless of who it is. And so I'm just saying this, that we are more inclusive today than we ever been. When we talk about diversity, we need to talk about a holistic diversity, okay, in order to thrive. Let me tell you what the next wave is. The city who can capture that second generation Latino and have them move into their city and spend money in their city is the city that wins. Let's be the city that wins.
Michelle wants to go last.
Oh, okay. I wanted to be polite and let ladies go first, but I'll let the councilwoman have that. It's always hard to follow my colleague to my right because he said it all. And so I don't know what more there is to say except to say and begin by saying, look, I think this is a good discussion to have because it shows that we all love our city. There are some cities where people are fleeing. They can't wait to leave to go someplace else. They're abandoning their areas because they're not good environments, the resources are bad, and it's a horrible place to be. And we see that all the time. And we don't have to look too far to see abandoned downtowns, vacant storefronts, places where they've just been dormant. And so this is a very good thing, I think, to be able to have this much interest in a small area where, to me, I guess, my family's been here since 1965. We remember when the downtown had a J.J. Newberry's, a Woolworth's, an Army-Navy store. It was a very different environment, and the demographics were completely upside down. It was very Anglo, it was very different ethnically, but it was a great place to live then. And so, what I've learned in my time as somebody who's resided here, but also went on to study economics, these things move in cycles. So we're going through a cyclical moment, which is good. I think that there still continues to be health in the downtown, and I think it's because of people who've come and invested here. And I think it's it's important that we all understand that we're talking about people's livelihoods, but we're also talking about people's homes. And people that reside in the city want to be able to enjoy in the success. But, let me remind you that in the 80s and 90s might have been the city was just not a safe place, and many of us remember that. But the downtown also was a financial contributor. It was different because there wasn't a nightlife, and most of the funds and monies and revenues were generated during the day in retail. So, things have just inverted, but I don't want to repeat what a lot of what my colleagues said, because I'm in agreement with much of what they said, and I want to applaud my colleague, Councilmember Benavides, for a lot of his comments. I agree with many of those, and so I won't go into detail on that. The only thing I'm a little disappointed in this proposal is that, and I'm glad that we're not going to take any action today, is that I feel it's a little disjointed, and there's a lot of different elements to it that aren't really related. I'm trying to find the nexus between a micro farm and the name changing, and so just different things that I think we could break up a little bit better. So hopefully during the time that we have to revisit this, we'll be able to maybe compartmentalize some of those things. But to me, this is a very diverse city, and we celebrate Black History. We had a Black History Parade here for many years. We're trying to bring the Tet Festival Parade here. We celebrate Vietnamese culture. We have the OC Pride celebration. And there's so many different things I think that we celebrate as a community that makes, I think the reason why folks come here is because of that. Because you don't find that anyplace else. You don't find that in, and look, South County cities are fine. I personally wouldn't live there, but look, you just don't have the diversity that you have here. I think you have something here that's unique in the county. I've had the benefit, as my colleague, to go out and visit other places, and I've lived in San Francisco and I've lived in Los Angeles, and the reason why those communities are interesting is that you have a lot of different ethnic cultures living right next to one another. And I think for those of you who've had your businesses there for decades, and those of you who've just opened up your businesses, I think you came here for exactly that. If you wanted to find a homogeneous community, this isn't it. I mean, this is something that's very, very diverse. I think, I see Robert Escalante with his business that he's had there, restoring Packards. I mean, that business has been there for a long time. It's been an anchor business. I see Jay Leno, I see other people that are famous coming and bringing their cars there. I mean, look, he's been there forever, and it's been a successful business. It's right next to the Yost that just recently opened up, their business and restored that once a vaudevillian theater. And, they have banda night, and so it's one of these places where you can find Mi Moda right down the street from Chapter 1. They're completely eclectic, nothing to do with one another, but they work because they're next to each other, because we respect each other. And so I think that's the beauty of coming into a downtown where you're going to find different things, and maybe it is a bridal shop right next to a place where they sell interesting sneakers. I don't know, but that's the beauty of our downtown. And I know I received a text from a good friend and said, where are you on this wellness district? Are you in favor of interfering with progress? And I said I'd never do that. I'd never interfere with progress. All I think we're trying to do here is enhance progress. And if there, and government has a limited role they can play in it. We can't brand something or name something, and I know the mayor's always been very careful about us saying we're a Latino city, and I think it's because the mayor came into the city when he was the only Latino council member, and I respect that. He was the only one here on this dais who was Latino and spoke Spanish, and it was a very valiant thing for him to come here and make people respect his culture and the culture that now dominates the city at 80% here in the city. That's what our residency base is, and that's what our demography is. So we can't run away from that. It's who we are, but that doesn't mean that we are not, that we're somehow going to be exclusive. And if we celebrate, the Tet Festival, that doesn't mean that we only want Vietnamese to come to that parade. It's not because, we celebrate Black history is that all we want are African Americans. I mean, that's just not, to me, the case. I've gone to, German towns all over the country. I've gone to Italian neighborhoods, and I feel just as welcome as I do walking in downtown. And so that, to me, is just celebrating an element of who we are. And it doesn't mean that's exclusively who we are, nor we ban everybody else who isn't. in the end, I appreciated everybody's comments, and I think right now what we're going to do is just take them under submission. But I want to remind you, I guess to me, at its base, what I hope we can do as a body is help to have cash registers ring. And I think that's what we want, is for people to be successful. And if we can draw people from all over the county to come in here and support businesses here, whether they're Latino, whether they're non-Latino, whether they're Asian, whether they're African American, whatever it is, if people come here and have a good experience, I think we should be focusing on public safety, on maintenance, on capital improvements, and on promotions, which is what bid districts are supposed to do, because the health and safety code requires you to address those 4 issues. If we could focus in on bringing in a streetcar, like we're trying to do, building hotels so people can not only come here and visit us, but stay here over the weekend and stay here for a longer period of time. If we could think about, things like, developing, plazas and pocket areas where people can just hang out, and maybe not have to buy something, but just enjoy, the area. So those are the things I hope that we continue to talk about, but I do want to applaud the comments I've heard from my colleagues, and I appreciate a lot of what they said, and I agree with a lot of what they said, and I agree with a lot of what's been said on both sides. I don't think there's a reason to be fearful. I don't think nobody is going to try to interfere with the progress we've made. If anything, we've defended that progress. When people say you're bringing in businesses that want to ethnically cleanse the downtown, we've said no. These are just people that want to invest in the downtown and want to be successful. When they've said all they are is bars and restaurants, we've said no. These are businesses that are helping create an 18-hour downtown where we didn't have an evening downtown. They're bringing that here. And so, look, we've been by your side. Those of you who are new to the downtown, we've defended you. We've defended you. When there have been homicides, when there have been people saying, look, there's litter and debris and all these new businesses are causing that, we've said no. This is just sort of the transition into what we're trying to develop, which is a successful downtown. So I think nobody up here would interfere with progress. Nobody would interrupt progress. If anything, we want to enhance the experience and make sure that we also are able to be respectful of who we are as a culture as well. So thank you with those comments.
Thank you, Michelle. What I'm going to speak because you want to go last. So let me have my thoughts here. First of all, I think we do have to go, as Councilman Reyna said, and take this when we're at our retreat in May, and go deep into what can we do, what is possible, what is good, what's counterproductive. We've got limited capacity, limited time, and limited money, even though, our money is up, and I agree with that. It's still limited. There's a lot of priorities. We need to be making sure that as we do things, we do it in a holistic and large context. I've heard a lot of good things here tonight, but I'll tell you, I disagree with some of them. For example, where my friend, Sal said earlier how, the last year he's been hearing good things. For me, it's been a lot longer than that. I've seen the turnaround in the 90s. I've been hearing more and more and more good things. 5 years ago, I remember being on a plane going up to Sacramento, and a young, kid from Newport Beach sitting next to me saying he was coming to the downtown because it was a cool place. So, back then, and before that, I think a movement was beginning. Even longer than that, I was having, food at some restaurant, a chain restaurant in South County, and an attorney said to me, "Boy, I wish I could go to Santa Ana more often, because that's where you have really interesting things happening." And this is about 10 years ago, and folks are already beginning to invest and to see things and to do things. I mean, I remember when we thought 5 people was a crowd, because we did. Once I invited Tom Daly, and when he was mayor of Anaheim, we went downtown. There was nothing on anywhere. We had about 5-6 people, and we thought we were really cool because we're at a restaurant, and it's like, wow, there's other people here. Well, it was all our little group, but it was better than eating by yourself. And before that, that's virtually what you had to do. There was not only virtually no place to eat, there was no people when you went. And so I say when we think about this Calle Cuatro and other things, let's be very careful because things are working well. You go into the downtown on a regular basis. It can be a weeknight, it can be a weekend, it can be the first Saturday, it can be Dia de los Muertos, it can be many different things. And there are more people than we've seen in a heck of a long time. I think the numbers Sal was mentioning about how revenue is increased significantly up to $70-some million in the downtown. That's a big thing. It's a big deal. And when Ana comes up and talks to us about how if you take $300 and if people in the area can get you $139, look, that's taken 300 times about 45,000. To me, that's myopic. We have a much bigger attraction ability than the immediate 45,000 people that live within a certain radius. Santa Ana is a large city. We need to be reaching out throughout the city, not just in a small radius. And I think the real key in order to compete with other cities, we need to be attracting people from outside of the city, not looking inward and being myopic, but realizing that we are competing with other folks. And the same way they're trying to take our shoppers and our folks, we've got to do the same. And I tell you, part of that, and this is something else that the study didn't even look at, is the streetcar. And the streetcar is big. It will change the downtown. It will change the city. It'll change the city in a huge way. I mean, our city manager saw what it did to Phoenix and what it's done to other wonderful cities across the country. So we need to be thinking bigger than that. And I'll tell you, on the streetcar, later this month, I don't have the date yet, but we're going to be having a press conference at OCTA, and the purpose of that press conference is basically to say we're not going back. You know how when you're on an airplane, you're going over the ocean, you get to the point of no return, you got to keep going because you can't go back anymore because you're going to run out of fuel? Well, we're not going to run out of money or fuel, but we are beyond the point of no return at OCTA. We've already let out the first contract for project management. Next contract is going to be for final engineering and design. After that, it's going to be a contract to build. And you're going to see the streetcar under construction, within the next 36 months. It's going to be absolutely a game changer. We need to be playing towards that future and understanding what that looks like and understanding what it means. And when I hear things like joint use from Councilman Reyna, I think he's absolutely right. We've got to go, if we've got a school board right now, because look, school boards change, and I remember when you were on there, I remember when Sal was on there and other folks on there. Look, there's always different dynamics. And if right now the dynamics are good, in our retreat, we definitely ought to figure out what can we do. Can we put real money behind something and make it happen and make it be a big difference? And talk about making a difference, when I think about cultural heritage and all, heck, we've called 4th Street Calle Cuatro for 50 years. In our Hispanic community, just Calle Cuatro, it's automatic. It's like there's people now coming in from the outside. Hey, it's cool. We're going to term it a new term. It's Calle Cuatro. It's a new thing. It's not a new thing. It's La Primera, Calle Cuatro, La Broadway. Everything's in Spanish. Everything's in Spanish. We refer to it that way. It's already there. It's part of the history. And I don't know if Calle Cuatro is going to get Robert Escalante or many others to get Leno to come more often. I really don't. I think we need to go well beyond that, and we can go beyond that. As I look at the businesses right now in the city, I have 28,000 businesses. It's an all-time high. It's an all-time high. We're doing a lot of things right, and things are getting better. And we need to understand that I believe the course we've been on is a good one. Things such as the 4th Street Marketplace. Yeah. I mean, look, when Ryan, came up with the idea about 2 years ago and said he was going to try a new concept, and then he was working with the folks and doing the building and all that, go there anytime. Go right now after this meeting, go down there. I bet you there'll be people in there eating. And it'll be loud, and it'll be active, and it'll be an exciting place, and they'll be from outside the city. They'll be from outside of Santa Ana. So, look, there's aspects of the wellness corridor that I support very much. I know when I went with America and we walked the actual corridor, the pathway that we're talking about, encouraging people to walk and exercise and activities, I think there's so much we can do with that corridor to make it wellness. To me, wellness, talks largely to physical health. It talks largely to what can we do to be healthy, and I know that part of Latino Health Access look at health in all its complexity, and health is complicated, but I think we can have a pathway around the city somewhere that America and others have already defined, and I think it can be a very exciting corridor. I think that corridor can have, and I'll just give you 3 examples. I think it can have like a bunch of keys, like a piano keys at some point along the way, and if you step on them, it makes a note. And I'm telling you, kids and adults alike are going to love stepping on it and trying to make a song or something. So you're exercising, you're having fun. You can also do things like we can set up, and the city can be coordinating and cooperating here, but we can have bicycles, stationary bicycles with a little motor and a generator. And guess what you do? You get on the bike, you pump it a little bit, the motor goes, and you're making yourself a little strawberry shake or a smoothie. And what's wrong with that? I bet you people are going to go on those bikes. You put those bikes out there on the wellness corner, there's going to be somebody saying, I'm going to go pump a shake today. I'm going to do a little bit of exercise. It's going to be fun. City can do that kind of stuff. Also, with my good friend, Phyllis Agron, who I know is working with America, they're working very closely. We can do some real health things. There can be stops along the wellness corridor where there can be folks there that'll help you, give you free checkups. You want to check up and see if you might be a candidate for glaucoma. You don't have a chance to figure out. We've got UCI Medical Center right down the street on Main Street. They're willing to come out and put a constant station out there that will help people on a regular basis. So I think there are a lot of good things that we can do. And just finally, 2 thoughts. If we're going to take some money and celebrate culture, let's do it in a significant way. I'd rather be helping Socorro, what you're doing with Centro Cultural de Mexico, because I know you're looking for help right now. You're looking for a place. Let's celebrate that. Let's try to figure out how to make a real center where maybe the city and others assist in that, because you're doing such great work, but at times it's by yourself. At times it's it's very limited. And then let me just tell you one funny joke, and this goes to sometimes unintended circumstances. I remember when we did the chicken ordinance, okay, because we had some guy that had a rooster, and we kept sending people down to his house, and the rooster would run around, and we, would miss the rooster, and then he would crow, and we'd get the complaints, but we didn't have the right ordinance. So we had to basically say only chickens in Santa Ana, right? No, because the roosters crow. Nothing against guys, but, they make more noise. So anyways, what happened is at my home, we decided we were going to get a bunch of chickens. They're also all supposed to be little chicks. Guess what happened? I'm on a trip, and my wife says, you better come back, because some of these chickens are not chickens. They're roosters, and they're crowing, and you just passed that ordinance. And the neighbors are going to complain. So it's like, look, we are not perfect. We try really hard. We always adjust. We call audibles. And on this one, I think we have to be on our toes. It's very important. We can do it well. We need not to jump to conclusions, and if some of the chickens are roosters, that's okay. We can handle it. Thank you, Michelle. You're on.
Whoa, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wow. I'm going to just summarize everything and just give a couple of my thoughts first, but before I summarize everything. When I look at the city of Santa Ana, I look at it as we got to dream big. We got to be a world-class city. A world-class city. And I'm going to say that one more time, a world-class city. And what does that mean? That means diversity. That means being inclusive. That means and I have to agree with almost everyone's comment. Who I most appreciated the most, and he's probably going to like, what? That's crazy, is Thomas Gordon. When you're talking about a world-class city, you got to have lights that work. You got to have parking structures that are accessible. that are lighted, that have technology, that are connected to a community, and into a downtown. And it has to be clean and safe. Santa Ana has the makeup of an urban city, a true downtown. It has many legacies of many groups that have come through its downtown. It's evolved. I'm only 35. I've only been in Santa Ana 25 years. And I'll tell you that in 2008, and Gustavo Arellano wrote about it today, about my comments and what I said in 2008, because I was the opposite of many of my colleagues. When I first got elected, my goal on the city council was to really bring, hip, cool restaurants and amenities that were going to attract young people like myself. Because when I got elected to the city council, I was 26. The median age of Santa Ana at the time was 26.6 years of age. I represented the majority of the city, and I made a pledge that I was going to work my tail off to change that dynamic, to be inclusive, to involve young people. I didn't really care about the color of your skin. What I cared about was making sure we had all incomes coming into downtown Santa Ana. But what I've realized over the years, and that comment that I made in 2008, when I talked about the quinceañera shops and why do we need to have 50 of them, why do we need to have all these jewelry stores, and those were my statements in 2008. And Gustavo quoted them in his paper today. And just quoted, referencing from Becerra, the LA Times, 2008, when I said that. And I will tell you that today, what makes Santa Ana special, it's not the buildings, and you've heard me say this before, it's the people what makes this city special. And the majority of the people that live in this community are of Latino descent. And we should be proud to embrace that. Not just Mexicans, not just Salvadorians, not Bolivians, just everyone. But what's also most important is this. And my colleague, Councilman Tinajero said this. I never thought in my wildest dream either, and Mr. Hone, who's back there, probably never thought that we would have a gay pride day and parade. Never I never dreamed that would happen here. Not just because of what the previous city council makeup was, but because Santa Ana predominantly is a very conservative city, right? It is a very religious city. We don't tend to talk about these things, but there are things within the Latino community and the Vietnamese community and the American culture. When you're trying to bring all these different groups together, there's always going to be friction. And let me tell you, downtown Santa Ana has had that friction for a very long time. Sometimes always telling me, man, we keep on doing the same thing, we keep on getting the same result. What this city has done in these councils, what we've done to silence things and what's happening now is that we've given one group money, given the second group money, okay, everyone goes away, everyone's happy, then a couple years later, bang, you're back again, there's another issue, and we don't deal with it, the real symptoms of the problem. There's poverty in this city. There's social, we need social equity across the board, not just about its downtown, because I'll tell you, just next door, an adjacent, very important street, Main Street. We all know across America that Main Street is in a very important city. Whether you go to Seal Beach on Main Street, which is very cute, whether you go to Huntington Beach on Main Street, it is they're activators. A downtown is not the only activator. That Main Street corridor is what it is. It's a thoroughfare. There's all kinds of businesses down there as well that deserve the same opportunities and attention that we've been providing to our downtown. So when I talk about social equity, that's what I'm talking about, is making sure that we're inclusive, that we're paying attention to all businesses, to all segments of our community. But I want to end with this and then put the points together, is that when we look at what's happening in downtown, we're talking about complete streets. We're talking about placemaking. We're talking about connecting people. Those three things create wellness. And Santa Ana has evolved as it pertains to health and wellness. People don't only come here because they want to go to artesian eateries and food is great and the arts and culture. They want to come down here because it's walkable. But there are also problems with folks walking, not being able to walk safely, not being able to bike safely, because of the speeds of our downtown. There are so many things that we still have to change and evolve to become this really health and wellness downtown, because we're far from it. We have made a ton of progress, but we as a city council, because it can't be none of you, it is within the policies and the institutional changes that we make that the only way we're going to be able to address traffic, lighting, safety concerns is going to happen up here. And yes, it does take money, but it starts with setting good policies to making sure that they're institutionalized and that this continues to evolve. Because let me tell you, sustainability is the key for Santa Ana. Sustainability. It's not about how one thing is great today and then tomorrow, and it's different. And let me tell you a good example of this. Many restaurants have opened in the downtown, and we were very supportive. We were giving these micro loans, $5,000. It's not a lot of money, but we realized too, we all know the statistics of people opening up restaurants. We all know that a majority of them will shut down. Some of them will be sustainable depending what they're producing. But for example, Tootsie, I could go on down the list that are no longer active. Yesterday we were at a meeting. They talked about Café con Leche and the struggles that they're facing and the hours of operation. Some certain things are not sustainable, but what's sustainable and will continue to be sustainable in this community, it's its people. That's what's important, and that we should be really paying attention to. And how can we make sure that we embrace the people in the surrounding downtown? And how can we make sure that we continue to be inclusive and that we provide them the opportunities to come and shop in the downtown? Because I'll tell you, I was one of the biggest supporters of the Chase family transitioning the way they were moving with their 4th Street Market. And let me tell you, there was a lot of backlash towards me. People didn't support me. They said I turned my back against them, and then here we are. I've been through this, 8 years now, back and forth, and I've now come to the conclusion is that, and many of you have as well, Michelle Martinez is going to do what Michelle Martinez does. I'm always going to do what's right. You could talk to me as much as you want and say what you want, but at the end of the day, I'm always going to speak my mind and make my own decisions. Do I take your advice into consideration? Certainly so. But ultimately, we're the decision makers up here. And having this cross dialogue between the community and the business people over these past 8 years has been frustrating, has been rewarding. But what's important here today, that we have both segments here presented and caring about one important issue. And is it how do we continue to be sustainable? Because the livelihood of Frida Cinema, of our farmers market, of the Yost Theater, of the 4th Street Market, and all these other restaurants that are coming, look, I believe that you could only attract so many outside people continuing to come here. They cannot just come here for food. They have to come here for entertainment, and that's why we were supportive of the Yost, why we're supportive of Frida Cinema, and why we have to be supportive of more entertainment opportunities, but also be supportive of health and wellness. And when we talk about health and wellness, we need to make sure that this downtown is able to provide some of those amenities. Not saying that the entire downtown has to be that, and I think in many respects we have made tremendous progress. Having a farmer's market where, look, we had one before, it didn't work out. You had the private industry, the Chase family, I see Dennis Louie out there and Mr. Leon, who are they made investments and wanting to make sure that there was going to be a farmer's market. And now, a year later, they're still in business and they sacrifice. Here we have Latino Health Access that made a commitment to purchase a building, come into its downtown, invested and really got the city and Northgate Gonzalez Market to create a community center. What I'm trying to share with you is that there have been dots that have been connected. But there's been one missing piece, and it's finally starting to come into play, and that's government. For anything to be sustainable and has to be institutionalized. And so we have to have this kinds of conversations, and they have to be candid, they have to be open, and and the decisions that we make have to be important, because the decisions that we're going to make today are going to impact us 20 years from today. We always want to think in the present, but the reality is this: the people that we're planning for, many of us will not see on this council the fruits of that labor afterwards, because we won't be here. But I know 10, 15 years down the road, based on policies that we move forward with, and I come to visit Santa Ana because I don't believe I'll stay in Santa Ana my entire life. I really believe that we're going to make some good, positive decisions, and hearing your input to making sure that we support as what's in this resolution. And I'm not going to go into it because I have been very supportive of what my colleagues are saying. And I want to thank the folks that have really come before us and put this together. I believe that there's conversations being had now with both sides, and wanting to come together to making sure that everyone can be successful and that we all can work together. That's always the ultimate goal, and I applaud all of you for making that effort. And so I just wanted to provide some most of my colleagues here, an exception for our mayor and Roman and Councilman Reyna, didn't really provide feedback on the 4 points that Councilman Benavides mentioned, but the rest of us pretty much highlighted that we were supportive, and I just wanted to state this, and then what next steps we can take. And it seems that we would want to probably have some discussion at our retreat, if we do have a retreat on May 9th. If we do have a retreat on May 9th, but and if not, to bring this back to the City Council. And so I want to commend my colleague, Councilman Benavides, because he did highlight the 4 points and allowed me to write down the information where all my colleagues were. And so I think some of the 4 major points that I think we've discussed with the group, and what we're discussing up here is really the advisory committee, the establishment of a separate advisory committee, and wanting to hash that. I think it's really looking at the number of how many people we're going to be, how many folks will be able to participate. I think we're going to have to figure that out. I know having 20, 30 members is not effective or efficient. And so I think we're all in agreement of that, but we do support that. The second thing is micro farms. I heard from the majority of us, Councilman Benavides, Councilman Sarmiento, and Sal, that we are supportive of a pilot micro farm, and urban gardens. And so looking at the potential parcels, and then looking at ways of how this will be sustainable, and having a pilot and how they would be able to contribute, and making sure that it's sustainable, because I certainly agree with Councilman Tinajero that we shouldn't just be giving away our land, in which we have in the past to many folks. I have to say, it wasn't this council, but prior councils have done that. But I think we have to be good stewards of our public assets. And so I think we can come up with some kind of agreement as it pertains to the micro farms, but doing a pilot project. And I think the folks that brought the information also were in support of that as well. The Mercadito concept as well, many of us are open to the idea, and identifying some kind of location and bridging the opportunity for that opportunity. And then the Calle Cuatro as well, supportive of side-by-side or below, and I think there's more discussion about that, and how that sign would look, or if identical to what we currently have there. The other 2 things that were not talked about, and only Councilman Benavides talked about, but I am supportive of as well, is looking at the Arts Commission, and possibly doing a mural where we have that land there. And then as well, I think Councilman Sarmiento mentioned it as well, is the support of naming and changing the plaza, Calle Cuatro Plaza. I think the majority of us address that, and wanting to look into how do we do that. And I think those were the final point on those 4. And then the rest of the resolution, that's something that we all can discuss. The reality is, and the city staff mentioned it in most of it, the majority of this is already part of our 5-year strategic plan. And it's really how do we make those a priority within the 5 years? And I think that's a discussion Councilman Reyna was saying, that how we need to prioritize, because the reality is that the majority that we did not talk about, we just emphasized 4 points, but the rest of the stuff is part of the 5-year strategic plan. And I think that if we don't have a retreat on May 9th, that I think that if we can go back out, and I'm not sure we need to go back to the group, but put together some of these points so that we could have a final say in how do we want to draft this resolution to come back to the city council.
Look, with that, what I suggest is let's try to make an effort for the 9th, because I think it's unfair to staff right now to kind of sort of say, on some of these things, and we haven't really concluded. So let's all try to make an effort for the 9th. Right now, are we kind of sort of thinking that works for us?
I'm there.
All right, so look, I think that works for us, so let's just try to go for that. And then we'll just bring it up at the debate. On some of the things that Michelle mentioned, I, for one, am not in agreement, such as the Calle Cuatro concept, but many other things, yes, the micro gardens and the walking and the exercise and the wellness corridor. So maybe for now, enough on that. We have still some more public comment, and then we have a council comments, and then we'll adjourn. So on additional public comment, Madeline Spencer, I know you're in the back there. I saw you earlier. If you want to speak, come on down. If you choose not to, we will not be offended. Thank you. Thank you, Madeline. Let's give Madeline some applause. Yeah. Yeah, Madeline. It's one of the most popular non-speeches ever. That's great. No, but I must tell folks I did have a chance to meet with Madeline for about half an hour recently in my office, and she's got a lot of good ideas that she's working on. A lot of good ideas. So with that, Mr. City, Madam Clerk, do I need to do anything else, or are we done? So, Mr. City Manager, any comment, please?
In the interest of time, Mayor, I'll defer to the council this evening.
Thank you. Michelle, can we start with you this time? We started, please, go ahead.
I do have some important comments that I want to, one, I wanted to make reference to the governor's water drought. It's loud in here. I'm going to pause, wait till these folks get out.
I'll take care of it. I'll make sure we're prepared.
So, Mayor, I'm not sure if people can hear me or not, because people are still talking out there.
Speak outside, but in here, please be respectful. Thank you.
Conclude my comment as it pertains, our staff this past, I think it was this past Wednesday, they presented to us, or this past Thursday, at the Transportation and Development Council Committee, the governor's executive order on water conservation. And this is something that we all should be paying attention to. And I want to thank our manager, water manager, Mr. Nabil, for presenting this to us and what next steps we're going to take. But I wanted to specifically just state for the record that Santa Ana is below its threshold, and we have done an amazing job as it pertains to how much gallons per capita. We're at 106. We're way below, the average, and we're the lowest in Orange County. And that speaks volumes. But so it is really, for our residents, unfair that now we're going to have to, come out because of what the governor is doing, and there's going to be some massive changes. For example, on April 14th, the Metropolitan Water District will be taking action and probably will be going to a level 3. Right, and I think that was confirmed. I haven't seen my emails. They are going. The staff is considering a level 3, and so there's going to be some changes that we're going to have to take as a city. But before, I believe, we start penalizing our residents, I think that the city of Santa Ana needs to take action first and do whatever it can. And the first thing that we need to do, and I know our staff's already doing an assessment, is how do we remove all the green grass from all our medians, and how do we go to drought resistant? Because we need to take those kinds of steps first to help alleviate the problem, one, and be leaders as government. Two, really promote the turf rebate program, and I know that was a part of Nabil's recommendation. We're going to have to go full force on that, but as well, as I mentioned to our staff, we need to focus and really helping our do some kind of campaign to support our residents and informing them that there are many rebates as it pertains to efficiency toilets and also shower heads. The gas company provides those for the shower heads, and then the efficiency toilets, working with the Metropolitan Water District and with the turf rebates as well. We need to have a strong campaign going out to our residents, informing them how we can make some of those changes, and then as well, the landscape requirement that the city has. I think there's going to have to be some changes in ordinance that will be coming to the city council to address this matter. And it is my hope that, one, that when we have to make these decisions based on this executive order, that we don't come out and try to penalize our residents, because they have been conserving, they have been doing a good job. How much more can we reduce? We're at 106. And so, again, maybe doing a couple of these things, changing, shower heads, efficiency toilets, that will help. But again, I really believe that the city of Santa Ana needs to take a leadership position and also help and work with the Santa Ana Unified School District. It has 29 elementary schools. There's a lot of grass on there. How are we going to work with them and looking at changing certain requirements with the Orange County Water District? And I'm going to eventually be calling my colleague Roman, who sits on that water board, of how we really can do on-site recycling and how they can irrigate their grass if they don't choose to change 29. It's going to take some time to change the way they do business, but as well, we have Santa Ana College, and what are they doing? So as a government, we need to make an assessment. What are we doing first at the federal level, at the local level, and then here at the at the state level? We're the county seat. We have a lot of federal, state, and local facilities here, and we need to do an assessment in what we're doing to conserve before we go after and penalize our residents. And so I just encourage my colleagues, as these ordinances come before us, to take these actions, that we make sure that we step up to the plate first. And with that being said, Mayor, have a great evening.
Thank you. I'll have some comments in a moment on the water thing. Michelle, I've got some thoughts. Please go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I sit on the sanitation district, and this is something that is very, very important. I don't think that the media or information has really gone out to the extent of to where the situation is right now. Our life is going to change. It's not a matter of is it. It's an absolute. It's going to change on the way we utilize our water. And it's getting to a point where our reserves are so low that they're even concerned about whether or not some of the land will actually sink a little bit, that you can have those sinkholes appearing in different areas, which is a big concern. So whatever we can do right now to conserve water, let's do it. Shower, take 5-minute showers, shower with a friend. 2 for 1 is always a good thing. Yes, I did say that because it's always a good thing to have some fun while you're in this long meeting. Anyhow, so be creative in your sharing in your conservation of water. I'm glad that we had people come in here and talk about the culture in Santa Ana. I had a very different upbringing. When you're a son of an immigrant family, it's a very different upbringing from my kids, who are kids of a second generation American, and one of the things that I've always worried about is, as I continue to have success in education, that my kids are going to come up to me and say, Father, tell us about when you were Mexican, Father. So the fact that we have culture here is a good thing, because it gives us a place to, hold on to and take a look at it. It's getting late. You know, this is a great city. Let's
You said
continue to
you'd
move
keep
it
it
forward.
short, Sal.
I'm going to keep it short. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Please,
I think
Angie.
it's getting late and we're all tired and acting a little giddy here tonight. But anyway, I'm glad we had the conversation we did. The dialogue was good. And I just look forward to when we come back and revisit this and make sure we make those revisions that I think we do need to sit back and look at some of the items on the resolution still. But looking forward to continuing to work with staff and the group.
Thank you, Councilman Reyna.
Yeah, I'm going to try to be short. First, like always, we live in a desert, so be water wise. I do sit on the water board, and some of the information is definitely frightening as far as where we are with water and how we need to conserve as we move forward. We're a little bit better off than other cities because we have our own wells, but these wells are replenished by rainwater. And if it doesn't rain and we don't conserve, we're going to utilize all of our well water, which still makes it more challenging an issue. So please be as water wise as you possibly can. I did speak to one of our board members on the water, and she shared information with me, which I'd like to ask staff if they could do some legwork and find out. Had mentioned that eucalyptus trees consume about 30 gallons a day per tree. That's a lot of water. We have a lot of eucalyptus trees in Santa Ana, and I'm not coming close to recommending that we remove them because that has a cost involved as well. But when we started looking at different strategies of how we're going to conserve water, as we move forward, what new plants or what new trees, what new landscapes should we do when we have opportunities to remove some of these specific trees like eucalyptus? How would that be beneficial as we move forward? So just some of those things are for staff. And like always, one of the best ways to help Santa Ana raise some more tax revenue is to shop Santa Ana. Wherever you possibly can, shop as much as you possibly can in Santa Ana. Thank you so very much, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilman Benavides, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank everybody who came out to speak to us on a number of different topics tonight, but particularly the wellness proposed Wellness District resolution. I want to thank again staff, my colleagues, for all the work that we've been putting in. There's still more to come, so stay tuned. I think we'll be doing some good work and approving some good, making some good decisions for the benefit of our community long term. A lot of what was talked about is just Santa Ana, its history, its present, its future, celebrating who we are. We're a very special city. I'm always just excited to be able to be living here and having the opportunity to serve in this capacity in order to continue to support our city and its future, our workforce. Let's make sure to shop and invest. I see a couple of our business owners here. I've had the opportunity to, actually the suit is from Mi Moda downtown, and maybe soon I'll come to Mega Furniture and pick up a piece of furniture there. So let's support our local businesses. With that, have a great evening.
Thank you. Just a few thoughts, Councilman Martinez, and you had some words on water, and Councilman Morena, you sit on the water board. I just want to ask you a couple questions and leave it to you for food for thought. In about a year, the average person consumes about 4,800 gallons in terms of water that you use when you shower. So if you stopped showering for a year, that's how much you'd saved. And I'm not advocating that, but I'm going to tell you something else. Do you know how much water it takes to grow 2 pounds, just 2 pounds of beef? The same number, 4,800 gallons for 2 pounds of beef. So you can say, I'm not going to eat 2 pounds of beef, and I'm going to save a year's worth of showers. And that's easier to do than to say I'm not going to shower for a year. But what I'm telling you is this whole water thing, it is so upside down, and it is so much right now really focused on making us cut because we're 10%. 90% is basically other uses, mainly farmers. And so they grow a lot of grain to feed a lot of cattle to support an industry. And look, the same way you're saying we're going to have to make some changes, there's going to be some societal changes as well, because what we've done in the past is just not going to be sustainable. And the other thing, Councilman Reyna, is you were talking about the eucalyptus trees and all that. We also have to look at microclimates, because part of what happens, sometimes you have several together, they can actually retain water. And so when it rains, and they'll capture it. So sometimes when you're talking to folks, you got to be real careful, because they'll tell you half of something, and we need to look at the whole thing. Now, I'll tell you one thing I think we could adopt as an ordinance, and that is that in the past, every time we gave a building permit, what did we do with water? We said, make the water go away. Make sure it doesn't stand anywhere on the property. Make sure it can flow out of the gutter and gone. Now the logic is, and it's much better, have the ability to retain the water on your property and put it into the aquifer. Instead of it all rushing off to the ocean, let's have the runoff stay on the new developments actually have units on site. It's like a large French drain, and all the water comes in, it sits there, and then it goes into the ground. So instead of rushing off to the ocean, it's now in the ground. And that, look, it's going to be hard to change all these buildings and homes with gutters on the driveways that go off onto the street. But when it rains, water is precious. We've got to put as much of it as we can into the ground. And then, of course, we're blessed because we already have a $500 million investment with the pipes that go upstream. Soon, Councilman Reyna on the water board is going to be considering a desal plant. And we're very fortunate because we're close to the ocean. So we're going to have alternatives other cities around the country and other countries around the world are not going to have. We're going to be able to take some of that salt water, pump it upstream, and it'll come right back and we'll be able to drink it. So, we are going to have alternatives, but we need to be really smart about what we're doing and understand the big picture. So just remember that 2 pounds of beef equivalent to a year's worth of showers. It's just mind-boggling. And with that, I want to just say one more thing, and that is that we had Ben Gabriel pass away. We're going to close the meeting in his honor. And Madam Clerk, I would make one more request, and that is that Antonio Contreras, I don't know how many of you remember Antonio, but Antonio Contreras came here, you might remember him, Jose. He came here many years ago. He was a guy that wore a hat, and we were talking about banning all the little ice cream push carts. And Antonio had a bunch of ice cream push carts. And he came in here with his hat and he was talking to us, and it was a really tough thing to do, but we managed to figure out how to license them and save them. And all these vendors that make a living today because they're able to sell ice cream out there, they're around today because they had a leader in Antonio Contreras who was very articulate, fought very hard. Unfortunately, passed away last night. And so I want to close in his honor as well, and I'll give information to the clerk so we can send our condolences. So with that, this meeting is adjourned.